Okay. We seem to have everything set up. Everything is now dark, and this is what we enjoy. Everything is dark. Stewie Griffin, what's up? Carpaccio, sup once again. Your dog, hello, hello. Jimmy S, what's up? Let's see. And Vandalism, welcome back. Where's Nate? I'm right here, Bodie. I seem to be having a whale of a time. We're going to be talking about the slight risk. However, it's not just any slight risk in my opinion. Yesterday, ironically, was an enhanced, and I didn't stream it. A couple of reasons. Number one, I thought it was kind of inferior. I also thought it was a bit it wasn't really overhyped, but when it comes to the tornadic potential, 4 days ago, I literally said, well, not 4 days ago to the day, but 4 days from yesterday, I literally said that nothing was going to happen, and boom, nothing happened. Also, I've been kind of just about weather lately. I kind of was just researching nonstop, and I just decided to stop for a little bit. But now I'm back. Now, since I don't really have any more schoolwork to do, and school officially ends for me tomorrow, I can be doing this for a while. So I'll be back for quite some time. Tomorrow, when it comes to the stream, I don't know. It's kind of half and half, so I guess we'll figure it out as time goes by. Young Chance, what's up? Canadian Chaser, welcome back. You have a question. When will I get the green screen? Hopefully by the end of May into June. That's what I'm going to be trying to do. Miso, what's up? Focus, what's up? Zen, hello. Person that does things, welcome back. Whale of a time, yeah, indeed. Friday, Saturday, there is 2 chances of derechos for northern Texas near Dallas. Yeah, there's kind of something interesting that's going to be happening tomorrow. But for now, let's get into what all is happening today. Big slight risk. Kind of looks like if you were to draw a little handle right here, it looks like a little sword. But it's beyond my imagination, if you know what I mean. But little slight risk over here in Oklahoma. And then we got some in parts of Kansas, northeastern parts of Oklahoma, down into much of Missouri, southern parts of Iowa, central parts of Illinois, central to northern parts of Indiana, going into Ohio. Really, the risk here is across the board: wind, hail, and even tornadoes. Maybe more so of a risk for tornadoes down into the areas near Illinois, down into northern Missouri, I should say, and eastern Kansas. I'll show you guys where my hotspot will be in a bit. However, I'd still think that risks could be available across the board when it comes to all things weather. So yeah. Let's see. Can I run a simulation? Yeah, I actually can show you guys what my simulation was today. The main reason why I was streaming, you don't need to take a look at that. Backgrounds for days. As visit loads. Hey, it changed! It just did it by itself! Lit. All seems to be fine then, chat. All seems to be fine. Parallel, okay. Give me a few seconds as I continue to attempt to load this. 4 radars pulled up, tad overexcited. Okay, maybe a little. Okay, this is what I was simulating today. Pretty interesting little cell, if I do say so myself. But let's go ahead and watch it from beginning to end, if it can somehow shrink. Well, this is quite embarrassing, isn't it? But it is what it is. Alright, let's watch it from the beginning. We can go ahead and see what all is going to be happening here. Hentai guy? Yeah, seems legit. Actually, I watched an anime that was like that, and I was just like, okay, I don't need to see that much. I'm more focused on the story more than anything. What is the drawing tool that I use? It's called Epic Pen. Epic Pen is quite a nice tool that I use in general, so it's very nice. But yeah, let's take a look at our simulation here. Go ahead and see what all is supposed to happen here, so we can actually see, hopefully within the next couple of seconds, there is the storm that's starting to initiate. The green represents the vorticity of the actual cell, the gray is the actual cloud, and this right here, this blue table with the greens and reds, is actually the reflectivity that you would see on radar. So you can kind of see how it starts to develop this classic supercell character based off of the clouds of the anvil. It starts to form the little hook along the side, but nothing really too organized. But the interesting thing here is the fact that it develops that outflow boundary. And the outflow boundary can either help or hurt a storm. So in this case, it ends up helping it. And you can kind of see how the green starts to get further and further down towards the surface. And it starts to actually start to create some room for the cell to start becoming possibly inflow dominant. So there you can kind of see how it starts to kind of recycle over, and now it's starting to try and reorganize again, and quite possibly even pull down another rotation. We can kind of see within the next few scans here that you can kind of bit of obscuring out in front of the hook, which allows it to weaken a bit, but then it starts to within a few scans starts to recycle as the inflow notch starts to clear up a bit. And this is right at the end of the simulation where you can kind of see over time it does indeed end up trying to produce a tornado here. So one of those things that we all have to take really one thing that we have to take a look at from the from the simulation, as well as a couple others that my friend actually has done, is that there will be multiple opportunities for this to happen. So it's not just, one localized area. It's across the board. And, in hindsight for everyone, it really should be just, we need to monitor the weather as much as we can going into this evening. So that's what I'm going to be trying to do. I'm going to be trying to inform everyone as best as possible, trying to tell you guys what exactly is happening in the cell. And I guess we might as well go ahead and get started. Yep. Kate, you're fine. I've been gone for a week, so kind of left everyone in the dark. How's Central Missouri looking for tonight? Central Missouri is actually in a 5%, well, depending upon Central Missouri where you live in. I'm assuming you live near the Jefferson City area, so you guys are kind of on the borderline of being in a 5% risk for tornadoes. So definitely one of those things where you guys could see some activity, but it's one of those things where I'd say monitor the weather as best and as much as possible. So it's one of those things. We need a tornado warning for this storm. This storm over here is actually having a whale of a time. I've been watching this for quite some time. It's starting to become a bit more obscured, and it actually, along this outflow boundary, has developed more cells. So it's one of those things where the line is now starting to form, but this isn't the threat, all right? If you guys think that this is the threat, you guys are sorely mistaken. As this continues to move along, you're going to start to see some kind of popcorn cells develop out in front here. And this is the supercellular potential that I am going to be looking into as it continues into the night. So with that being said, we might as well go into our hot zone for the actual stream. Our hot zone for today will be just parts of western central Illinois down into the northeastern parts of Missouri, into the furthest south eastern parts of Iowa. So this is the hot zone for today. This is where I expect the highest probability of severe weather, including tornadoes. But as I said with this stream, it'll be kind of like this across the board. So it's one of those things where you guys really do need to pay attention, as this could be impacting the areas that I mentioned before. Will it go into Ohio later tonight? Yes, but it won't be as much of a tornado risk. It'll just be a bit less as it gets a part of the QLCS type event. So, yeah, it's one of those things where it could be better, could be worse. I'm feeling great, Blake. I'm happy to be back. It's one of those things where I had to take a break for a little bit, but everyone has to take a break. Let's see. We need, we said that earlier. All right, we got this. Just looking through all the people here. Travis Murray, what's up? Let's see. Storm just ate the outflow boundary. I think it's now starting to form cells just in general along the line. This storm right here, it does look like it kind of is trying to get its act together. I mean, obviously you have the classic hook characteristic. The inflow is kind of obscured if you can kind of see that for yourself with the scattered thunderstorms. But massive inflow according to there. However, I do want to make sure to see if it actually is inflow dominant. And it actually is, which is also proving my simulation correct as to how, I didn't mention it before, but most of these cells were indeed inflow dominant. So that could continue to prove that these cells tonight might actually be a bit more sustained all the way through if they're unimpeded. I'm not saying that there would be long-lived tornadoes. I'm just saying that these cells could continue to survive for quite some time, possibly produce some large hail, gusty winds, and maybe a tornado or two as this continues to move into the night. So definitely one of those things where, you know, if it happens in one specific area that I've mentioned earlier, it probably won't go away for the other areas. As a matter of fact, it's an omen that it probably will happen for your area too. So it's just best if you continue to monitor the weather. South Carolina won't get any weather today or tomorrow when it comes to the big stuff. Is it going to be in Lodi, Ohio? Well, first off, let's go ahead and check to see where that is. Yeah, that's my overhere's my anime that I'm watching. It's my way of leaving the weather community. I kind of realized that I just needed to start doing other stuff. So I just kind of just was like, hey, I used to watch anime. What's stopping me from watching more? And so for the past 2 weeks, I've been basically doing that. Okay. Copy. Paste. Did that. You guys should probably get some, did you guys already get some weather? Oh, you guys are getting impacted right now, I think. Oh, no, you're not. You guys are probably going to see stuff later in the evening into the morning. So it's one of those things where you, I'd say you guys should be fine for now. You guys had some gusty winds. But later in the evening, you guys should be getting some more stuff eventually. Let's go ahead and bring the active warning box back in here so that everyone can kind of see what all is happening. See you later, Bodhi. Thanks for coming out. I really do appreciate it. Let's see. Yeah, so as for right now, this is kind of just the pre-stream. I need to make it a bit windier in here. I need air. It doesn't help that I'm wearing a little hoodie thing. This is a very narrow, severe thunderstorm warning, chat. Look, basically a pencil. What do I think about tomorrow? Tomorrow is going to be really interesting, I gotta say. I know I've been saying that. It's probably like the 4th time I said that. But I'm, quite honestly, I know, I was looking at the H triple bar. Most people might have been quite surprised that I was doing that. In the name we trust. Clark Sea weather and stuff. What's up? Yeah, so what happens tomorrow is as the QLCS kind of pushes through along the boundary that I was talking about, it does seem to form its own gusty wind threat that kind of diminishes a bit, but the outflow boundary actually triggers some cells to form along a line into Texas, and that actually pushes off too. So that's one area. Let's take a look. I did make a bold prediction earlier. You guys didn't see it because it was on my server, which, by the way, if you guys want to join it, link in the description down below, probably all the way down to the bottom. Same for the people after the fact. You want to join? That'd be great. Tornado warning in Louisiana. Oh my goodness. What? What is it with Louisiana getting all sorts of stuff? Lit. Let's take a look at this then. Ooh! What the heck? This thing's going space shuttle, oh my goodness, space shuttle status, chat. Alright, well, tornado warning for St. Tammany Parish, and that'll be in effect until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Yep, 6:15. The velocities show that the greens are moving towards, the reds are moving away. Right in the middle is the rotation, and as that continues to move off towards the US 190 area, that'll be a cause for concern because eventually that'll be heading off into the I-12 vicinity, kind of paralleling almost to the I-90 area as that continues to move north. So people over there, especially near the Abbott Springs, the Covington area, granted the rotation is quite weak at the moment, it could very well produce a tornado as it moves off towards the north. So let's go ahead and get some timings out for you all All right, so this will be heading off into the Covington area in about 20 minutes, crossing over I-12 in about 10. So you guys need to go ahead, take your precautions, get into shelter, get into your safe space, get into the either get into the basement or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a closet or a bathroom with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the actual tornado as possible, because you are under a tornado warning. So as I repeat, there is a tornado warning for St. Tammany Parish in Louisiana, and that will be in effect until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions, as that will continue to move off to the north. As I take a look, there's actually some areas, some bits and bobs of hail too, so you guys will get some spotty hail as well. You also get some gusty winds too, and upwards of probably 45 miles per hour in some areas, especially near the Covington area. So if you guys know anyone who lives in those areas, you might want to go ahead and just inform that you do have a tornadic cell that's heading towards you guys. It isn't really a cell per se, but it is kind of just along the line, and it just so happens that the convergence of winds and temperatures just decided to say, hey, let's produce a tornado. So it's produced a chance for doing that. What is a QLCS? A QLCS is a quasi-linear convective system, basically meaning that there is a bunch of cells along a line, and they're all connected. So, yeah, QLCS. Let's see. I did not expect that there would be a tornado warning in Louisiana, so I'm quite baffled at the moment. But we might as well just go ahead and take a look at Iowa, just to see what all is happening in that general vicinity. And actually, we'll get back into the thoughts for tomorrow as well. Tomorrow, as you can see, you got some cells that'll pass through in the morning for the general risk, but then you start to see some cells that actually start to develop in Colorado and push off into Nebraska. This actually, I made a bold prediction that there would be more tornadic development over here rather than Texas. Kind of regretting that a little bit now as I take a look at it, because I thought that this actual line would sustain as it moves into Texas. But now that I kind of see that the thing is starting to change a little bit, granted the photographs are absolutely terrible. You know, I guess we'll have to see. So we'll have to figure out as that continues to move along. So yeah, and then obviously last thing, and the main thing is the Northeast. The Northeast actually is in an enhanced risk tomorrow, I believe for wind, correct? Yeah, it's for wind. As well as a 5% chance for tornadoes. You can automatically assume that I'm probably going to be streaming. Not because there's a bunch of people up in the Northeast or anything. I'm just kidding. No, I'm definitely going to be streaming that area, mainly because there's a bunch of stuff over there that I actually think could potentially happen. I'd have to run some more simulations as to what all is specifically going to happen, but it seems as if it all just becomes a quasi-linear convective system, or QLCS as I've mentioned, and pushes off through the metropolitan area all the way into the morning. Just a question. Will Mississippi get any tornadic threats this week, in my opinion? Next couple of days, probably not. Actually, let's go ahead and take a look when it comes to trends in general. Take a look at the GFS. GFS, in my opinion, the only thing that's really good for is shear. So let's go ahead and take a look at shear events. There could be something that could try and form on the morning of Sunday, so you guys could get some severe potential as well. And then going into Tuesday, there might be something to a large area of low pressure that just decides to push through. You can actually see the tropical development that everyone's been talking about form across the coast and start to head towards Bermuda. That actually might have an Air Force Hurricane Hunter move off into that general vicinity tomorrow, but that's only if necessary. So if something that they see kind of just piques their interest, then they might actually get someone to go look out, and it might have our first named storm of the year. So definitely something that we will definitely monitor as that continues to move off across the Gulf, up into the Gulf Stream. So yeah, I guess we'll have to see. Yeah, pretty cool. You think 5% tornado chance in Oklahoma expand to 10%? Tomorrow? If it's tomorrow, no. I don't believe a lot of stuff's gonna happen in Oklahoma still. Tomorrow's bleh. When it comes to today, There isn't really anything over there, is there? Is there? No. I don't know. Seems we have no whale time. Oh, I'm going places. Can't wait to see you on the news in a few years. I don't know. If I was going to be on the news, it'd be for like some sort of research that I'm doing. I mean, this is more of just like a kind of a pastime, if you will. It's not one of those things where like I felt like let's put it this way. I felt like I owed the people my time. I feel like people should just, you know, be able to be informed about this stuff.
Police! Police! Help!
Biceps man!
Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Police?
Police? Police! Help! Nicholas Reiser with the $5 super chat. I appreciate it, my friend. I really do. Goodness gracious. What are y'all doing? Biceps back from vacation. Yeah, indeed. Oh boy. Well, anyways, these cells seem to be having a whale of a time. Let's go back into just general trends in general. There actually could be something on next Wednesday. Yeah, next Wednesday we could see something up in here. That'd be pretty interesting, seeing Colorado and Kansas. Who knows? If the parameters are correct, then we might see something. And then this is actually something that I've been seeing. It's pretty consistent. But Saturday on the 23rd into the 24th, there's actually some decent upper level shear that moves right over that area. Keep in mind that date, chat, 23rd. 23rd has been pretty consistent with some sort of severe weather. So, you know, it's one of those things where you love to make sure that, you know, people kind of get informed. You know, that's my job. I try. Let's go back to the tornado warning down in St. Tammany Parish. We can go ahead and try and see what all is actually happening with the storm. As we last checked that the greens are obviously moving away, reds are moving towards. It seems as if the inflow has kind of died out a bit. So it does seem as if it's became a bit more obscured. I wouldn't be surprised if they cancel this tornado warning relatively soon. It does cancel in 20 minutes, so that's probably the reason why they would, mainly because this isn't really as much of a tornadic threat per se, but it still shows some general rotation, so I guess we'll have to see as it continues to move off towards the Covington area. I'd still treat this as a normal tornado warning, you know, because anything could just flip a switch within any second, so it's one of those things where you guys still need to take your precautions. Rather have you safe than sorry. So it's one of those things where you guys need to go ahead, take your precautions. That'd be pretty great. Let's see. I do want to take a look at surface observations. Or not really surface observations. I want to take a look at the satellite first. Satellite's kind of interesting to me because it's been pretty consistent with what I've been saying as of late. Or not really consistent, but kind of agreeing. Or just been proving my point almost. It's not really any of that. But you can kind of see how there are some gaps. Actually, it seems as if there are some cells that are trying to develop out in central Illinois. And there's actually some cells that are trying to develop in Missouri too. So this is actually, it's starting to look like it's actually the beginning of the real threat now of how the cells will develop out in front of the line and have its unimpeded air mass out in front of it. So it's one of those things where, here it is. I said that this would happen. It's going to do it. You guys got to take your precautions. I'd rather have you guys safe than sorry. I really would. Because I care. I do. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't.
Police! 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 Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
It's a twofer. Who's gonna donate with me? For the police and the biceps.
Nicholas Reiser with the $5 super chat. Good lord. Y'all are going mental, aren't you? Oh boy. Nicholas, Thank you for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate it.
Police!
What?
Police! Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Always down for a donation.
Always down for a donation. What do you... No one should be down for a donation. Why are you donating in the first place? Goodness gracious. Becca Lynn with the $5 super chat. Sheesh. Gonna make this a profitable stream? No, it's already profitable on its own. I'm already monetized, so I might as well just, like, use what I got. This storm right here is actually starting to become a bit concerning now. The reason why I say that is because, okay, if you just took the red and looked at it, it looks like a hodgepodge, correct? Let's go ahead and take off every single thing for the time being. Alright, now look at the radar, and you'll still see that's a hodgepodge, but whenever I outline this for you, are you kidding me? Literally, I was trying to prove a point, and then the frame just decided to go, oh, I don't care about your feelings. Jeez. Frickin' play. Let's see. Show your biceps, I will donate. God. This again. Show the biceps again? Oh. What is it with you guys and my biceps? Anyways, you got the greens moving towards, you got the pinks moving away. Really interesting rotation right within there. It does seem to be a bit broad, but there's some tightening in the rotation right within that area. If you take a look at the normalized rotation, it actually goes up above 1.5 into the 1.64 normalized rotation. So it's one of those things where you guys need to go ahead, take this seriously. I'm going to go ahead and issue some timing out for some of these cells. Does seem as if it's been a bit, has became a bit more rain-wrapped, if you will, and is almost gusting out a bit more along this area here. But the people near Tracy eventually hitting into the Oskaloosa area, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. Tracy, Evans, people along State Route 92, and people along State Route 5, you guys need to go ahead and kind of take your precautions. Caitlin, what's up? Welcome back. Just to inform you, I'm going to be streaming tomorrow for the giant risk that's going to be impacting New York. So, if you want to tune into that, I got you. I'll be trying to give you all some in-depth analysis as to what all is happening. Because there's like 3 risks in, like, there's 3 different risks. There's one in New York, Connecticut, a little bit of New Jersey, one in Texas and Oklahoma, and then one in Nebraska and Colorado. So many areas that I was just like, I'll cover it. Cover them all. I also do want to say, I do have some people around in Topeka, Kansas. I have a chaser. If he comes around, then I guess we'll see, but he'll be possibly sending us pictures as to what all they're looking at over in Topeka. So, I guess we'll have to see. But other than that, we just got us for today. Guess we'll have to see. What time is it going to hit the New York City area? We'll get some timing for that. Why not? Why not? We'll go ahead and try and figure out when specifically, because we still have a bit of time before the cells pop off. So this will just kind of be like the briefing area of the stream. So cells start to develop right around 5, and then they start to move out. You'll probably get some scattered cells in New York City right around 8, and that'll continue to move off towards the midnight hours and dissipate as it continues to move through. So, yep, tornado warning. Do we have a tornado warning? Yeah. Well, oh no, wait. Oh, the tornado warning in Louisiana. Yeah, in the beginning of the warning, it actually was kind of decent. Now it's kind of dissipated completely. So, you know, I can see your point right now, but before it actually didn't. It was actually kind of interesting. There's actually no severe... Oh, wait, I took it off. Aren't I a donut? Let's put everything back up here. Let's get store motion from warning. Yep, so it still seems to be inflow dominant, which is a not really a good thing, obviously. It's more sustained cells in general. Long-lived cells, I should say. But I guess we'll have to see. Can you tell me when it's supposed to hit Kansas City today? So you're prepared? Yeah, so Kansas City actually is probably going to be dealing with the cells within the next couple of hours. But if I were to tell you specifically, give me 2 seconds. I'd have to figure that out for myself. So Kansas City actually is going to be seeing some scattered storms all the way up to... Well, actually, they're just going to be seeing some rain. You guys actually might see some localized flooding. But Kansas City will probably start to see the stuff right around 8, heading into the 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, midnight hours, and then kind of like move past as it continues to move through. So, no hail for your new car. Yeah, you don't want any hail for new cars. That sucks. From experience. Let's see. Possible squall line that will move through central east Iowa about 10 to 11. This line right here is actually the line that will develop. It's trying to do something, but if you can kind of see, you got the cells that are, well, not the cells, the scattered thunderstorms that are trying to develop in their own discrete areas. So, you know, it's one of those things where this isn't the main risk. This looks all mean and green, but these areas are the areas to watch. So, one of those things where you guys need to go ahead, monitor the weather. At least, that's my recommendation. Let's see. I want to take a look at the satellite data again. Satellite data will probably help us out. If these can start to pop off completely, then it'll be pretty interesting. But other than that, I guess we'll have to see. Why is everyone saying biceps in the chat? What in the world?
Police! 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 Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
The chat wants biceps. Make them happy, Nate. Or else.
Oh my god. I'm not prepared to see what or else is. So we might as well do the biceps here. Not as good as it used to be. I haven't been working out lately. I've been kind of just like laying on this chair, watching all sorts of stuff. But, not that bad. Biceps. Close enough. It was a whole lot bigger when I played ice hockey. True facts. Reach thirst subscriber level. I didn't say, you know... I didn't say donate money. I was just like, biceps? Question mark? You know, it's very crazy. But now I guess it is what it is. It's not really thirsting anyways. I didn't ask them. I didn't say, if you donate me money, I'm going to show off my biceps. That was them that was doing that. Let's see. Massive tornado on the ground near the town of seems legit. Very nice, very nice. I almost got caught there. I was about to say, like, massive tornado on the ground. And then I saw the seems legit, and I'm like, 6 tornado on the ground currently and seems legit. It is mental. Yeah, 100%. Oh, they're thirsty for Nate. Yeah. Indeed. I mean, it is what it is. Let's see. I haven't been to work during this lockdown. Neither have I. I haven't been able to go to work. I've just been doing my own little thing. What just happened? Absolutely nothing. Well, Chat and I are having a fun time talking about weather. So we're just doing our own little thing. Yeah, so these cells are now starting to develop. It's kind of interesting to see the action, but I do want to kind of want to see what they look like on radar as right now. Question: Reed Timmer or Pecos Hank? Pecos Hank. My man has better credibility in the field. Now, let's put it this way. When it comes to chasing, I'd choose Pecos. When it comes to the actual knowledge of meteorology, Reed's got that. Got that on lock.
Police! Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Because you gave in to the peer pressure.
Nicholas with another $5 super chat. What in the world is wrong with you, my friend? What in the world is wrong with you? What does it look like this weekend for Dallas when the model says less than half an inch of rain? Another says over 3.5 inches. Okay, so you guys are kind of like doing every now and then. Like it's kind of difficult to say. And the reason why I say that is because the models aren't consistent as to how this is going to formulate. Let's put it this way. Depending upon what happens today, obviously it sounds like a no-brainer. But some models are usually set in stone, but the reason why it isn't today is because they're unsure as to the timing and the placement of the outflow boundary from today's QLCS. Or, just line of storms in general. So, as this moves along, you can kind of see how it starts to dissipate and then forms this new line here that will push off into Dallas. Now, there used to be where this line just continues to surge all the way through into Dallas. Now, that's not there anymore, and the new line just pushes off through towards Saturday morning all the way into towards midnight. If we take a look at some of the scans prior, you can actually see that the line actually completely dissipates. And so then absolutely nothing happens up here and nothing happens down here, which is kind of interesting. But you see how the models aren't kind of in agreement? And actually, I wonder if it was the 12Z that I saw where this thing went all the way down. Yeah. So it went all the way down towards the line right here. And it kind of just like merged. And it kind of hindered its ability to move off further south, which is kind of just meh. What's my favorite model to use? Can I get some in the NAM we trust in the chat, please? Can I get some in the NAM we trust in the chat, please? I'll get them eventually when we get the memberships and stuff like that. Cursing, lit. What are we doing here? Demonetized already. Taking a sip of my lemonade. Anyways, when we get some memberships, stuff like that, you guys will have your own emotes that you can put in the chat. I've already got the in the name we trust emote. I've got a emoji.
Police! Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
Gotta keep up with biceps. Smiley face.
Oh my god. Gotta keep up with biceps. You don't have to keep up with anyone. You can do whatever you want. What I'm implying here is that you don't have to donate. But Becca Lynn with the $15 super chat. Oh my good lord. Jeez. Well, thank you for the $15 super chat. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, so the models aren't really in agreement as the timing per se when it comes to when it will impact Dallas, or if it even impacts it at all. You can kind of see how it just like disappears in general. But you can expect to see something towards the just past the midnight hours, sometime along there. So one of those things where we won't know until stuff like this happens today. Let's see. It's kind of fun just messing with Nate by donating. No, that's not fun. No. Don't. Stop. I don't have an issue with people being idiots. Unless if it's people just throwing their money away. Don't do it. Granted, I will use it to the best of my abilities to however it will benefit me. But don't do it. I don't need the money. Other people need it. I could just donate it to charity, actually. That'd probably be the best way to do it. I need to do a charity stream. You know what? If we have a giant, you know, a giant event, you know, like Easter, like the Easter outbreak, all the money that I get will probably go to charity. Or like you guys will donate me money and then I'll donate like my money, my bit of money to charity. Sounds like a good idea, actually. Because not only are you guys helping, but I'm helping too. I gotta talk that over with my YouTube staff. I think they're gonna like that idea. Well, anyways, back to trying to figure out what is happening. He said, "Don't stop." Seems legit. Yeah, I could start a storm damage charity. I could buy a car, Nate. I already have a car. My car is out there. My car is actually pretty nice. It's my Dodge Dart. I love my Dodge Dart. It's my first ever car that I have, and I still love it. What will Texas look like tomorrow? Depending upon where you are in Texas, it could range from gusty winds, large hail. Not really that much of a tornado threat, in my opinion. I don't think that there will be a lot of stuff, but charity's a scam most of the time, anyways. Well. How am I supposed to know that? I could just give it to a Red Cross or something like that then. Red Cross is a good idea. You know what isn't a good idea?
Police! 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 Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
The NAM 3 kilometers is showing a Cat 3 hurricanal map.
I have to see that for myself. Jimmy S., I have to see that. Thank you for the $2 super chat. I have to see this for myself. I'm sorry. This is unrelated to what all is happening, but I need to see this. The NAM 3 kilometer, don't trust it for anything else besides severe weather, but I need to see. Oh my god! What is this? I gotta see the regular NAM now. Okay, the regular NAM actually says that it's not as much. Sheesh. I think the regular NAM is actually decent with tropical development. I'm not gonna lie. I think that might be ocean-based stuff like that. It takes into account of the sea surface temperatures. Who knows? But thank you for the what the heck. Anyways, you've always wanted a Dodge Dart? Ooh. Well, Dodge Dart's a pretty nice car to have. I gotta say, it's really nice. There's something wrong with chat? Something happened? What the heck happened? Is it still going? If you guys can still see me, well then how do, how do. Oh my god, alright. Well, I mean... I guess the chat just doesn't want to function. It seems as if YouTube servers are down, but you guys can still see my live stream. So if that's the case, then we're going to have to be in the dark. If you guys can still see my description, I hope that most of you are in Storm Central, because that's probably going to be the way that I'm communicating with my chat for now. But as I literally looked up on YouTube, it seems as if stuff has just kind of died. Yeah, most people are like, use this as the YT chat. So, I don't know. It's kind of interesting. This is very interesting. Refresh YouTube, sorry to get, but warn them first. Tell them to come right back. Okay. That seems to be the issue then, that everyone just needs to refresh their YouTube and all should be fine. Okay? I can't refresh YouTube myself. It just seems as if I'm just going to be streaming in the dark until I get YouTube back up. I'll just have the chat on my separate screen and I'll just use one screen for this entire thing because, you know, I didn't feel like I needed a bunch for today anyways. But seems as if it is what it is. So let's just continue to talk then. Nothing really too interesting. So far, I know you guys can see my screen. Here, if not, we'll just go in Braille. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. That was a terrible joke. We'll just say hello. Pictionary time. We're trying to make this fun. YouTube down will trend on Twitter soon. Yeah, it probably will. To be completely honest, it'll give me an opportunity for me to fix my face cam. Oh wait, my face cam works. Interesting. I mean, it is what it is, but I guess we'll find out. Alright, so these cells right now, not really too prevalent when it comes to the energy. However, there are some more cells that are developing around north central Missouri. So let's go ahead and take a look at the satellite, see what all is happening there. You can kind of see how the storms are now starting to develop their own discrete cellular characters. They are moving directly towards the actual line. But it's kind of interesting to see how this will portray, not really portray. It's kind of interesting to see how this will continue on towards the end of the night. Mainly just because of the storm motion. So, I mean, it is what it is. I guess we'll have to see, but as that continues to move off, I don't see any cells in Illinois firing off yet. They probably will fire off eventually. Let's go ahead and take a look at the latest HRRR model. See if it can find any cells that will develop in Illinois. It doesn't seem as if there is really a lot that form. It's just a couple of cells that form out in front over here, which is kind of interesting. That tells me that the tornado threat is kind of diminished a bit, which is a good thing. But still, as this cell kind of these cells out here kind of move into the area of interest into my hot zone. Really something that we need to keep our eyes on as this moves into some favorable areas, in my opinion, for some severe weather. So I guess we'll try and figure out what all is happening as this continues into the night. But as for right now, it does seem as if this does turn into a QLCS. Not sure if there will be any discrete cells out in front that could develop, but guess we'll have to see as this continues to move on. I honestly hoped that I'd have this up relatively soon, but you know what? These what it is. I guess we could try and figure out to see if YouTube wants to function again. I wonder why they didn't think this was an... Well, I'm pretty sure they knew it probably would happen eventually, but it's just whether or not they planned for this. I've got no clue. Really interesting. Alrighty, well... I'm trying to think of what all I can do here, then. What can I do to make it interesting for now? I could try and discuss some of the tropical development in the Atlantic, which is probably what I'm going to do now. So, let's bring out National Hurricane Center. Let's bring out... I wonder if CMS actually has it yet. They do! Let's get into dissecting this baby. All right, well, disturbance number one, little nasty little area of storms that'll be pushing off towards the Bahamas and eventually towards the Gulf Stream eventually. Over the next 48 hours has a 70% chance of forming and an 80% chance of forming over the next 5 days. Personally, I feel like the conditions are quite favorable. You guys will see why as this as we pull up CMS eventually. It does say that an Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft is scheduled to investigate the system tomorrow if necessary, and the next special tropical weather outlook will be issued by 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, which is in an hour and a half, so we'll be able to see that live as this continues to move out towards the north and east. Really interesting as they're saying that there's just a lot of thunderstorms, and as that continues to move into an area of greater chance of development for a tropical system, it will most likely become some sort of tropical or some tropical storm by later tomorrow night, so we probably will be able to see that live on stream as well. So let's take a look and see regarding the actual intensity of the storm of this area to watch. What invest is this again? I completely forgot. Invest 90L. So the first invest of the year is 90L in the east. And you know, let's just go ahead and take a look at the let's get a little bit closer so we can see. So here's the thunderstorms just in general. The just by taking a look, this is the infrared. Like this isn't. I guess this is the infrared. Anyways, infrared. Obviously, the brighter. Well, this is the temperature gradient over here. Obviously, if you get into the higher temperatures, yeah, it tells you. Wait, this isn't right. What is going on here? Okay, well, that's visible satellite. Obviously, infrared. Higher you are, colder the temperatures. You can see negatives out across the board. Okay, now I understand. So same thing with this. So the higher the clouds go up, obviously it gets colder until you break a specific spot in the atmosphere, which doesn't really necessarily include with clouds and stuff like that. It's actually a higher, much higher part of the atmosphere where the ozone layer just doesn't care anymore. But yeah, so as clouds get higher, it gets cooler. This tells you the intensity of those rising convective storms. So you can kind of see how along this general area, there's a lot of thunderstorms. Not really too organized, but you can kind of see how some cells are starting to try and just form a classic low characteristic. You can kind of see the slow moving cells moving out. You can kind of see, without me even putting up the shear, you can see how there's some sort of wind shear in this general vicinity. And I'll do an overlap in a few seconds. But definitely one of those things where, you can kind of see how the storms are trying to get its act together. You can see a little bit of, rotation, but nothing really too big. So, let's take a look at the shear. You can kind of see, proves my point right there. Crap ton of shear. I mean, just look at that. 50 knot, 60 knot, even 70 knot in some spots. Shear, I feel like, is overhyped sometimes, in my opinion. So, shear gradually takes away thunderstorms from the center rotation. But as it continues to move on through, then, I guess we'll have to see if it decides to develop. So, who knows? Let's see. So let's continue to break through. To all the people who are still watching, hi. Welcome to the great crash of YouTube 2020. Not sure if this is going to be saved or not, but you know what? We tried. Nothing really much we can do. Yeah, but this is apparently YouTube has crashed. Not sure if any of you know. I'm pretty sure most of you know, but YouTube has crashed. And if I didn't know any better, I'd say that the world is probably in mass hysteria right now. Everyone's in a global panic, and people are probably crying in the corner, wishing that they could get their YouTube videos back. But I'm going to continue to try and do as best as what I can do best. Obviously, I can't communicate with you guys as much, which sucks on my end because I really like talking to you all. But I guess we might as well just go ahead and just basically I can pretend like what I was doing 10 months ago when I was all by myself. Talk to a wall and stuff like that. It makes me feel very uncomfortable. But who knows? I guess we'll have to see. Yeah. It seems as if it's number 4. Here, let's go ahead. We already know the world is ending. After YouTube died, I'm pretty sure more things are probably gonna die, like, the government or whatever. Conspiracy theories. Hello, my name is Jesse Ventura, and this is Conspiracy Theories. You think you know the government? Think again. I believe that the government is run underground, but the aliens come from above us and come down to take all the people and create little test subjects. And I believe the government is in correlation with those aliens, and I guess we'll have to find out with the more evidence that I get along the way to see whether or not that stuff happens. I'm also apparently not allowed within 500 feet of a government building. So it makes it very hard for me to get around. I'd have to use my Volkswagen Beetle. But it's one of those things where I need to figure out and consistently provide you all with information that is necessary. Where is it? Where is YouTube? YouTube! 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 Where is it? YouTube! Hashtag YouTube down. Yeah, everyone seems to be dead. Yeah, this is me. Nothing is right. Nothing is right with the world. Me too, Snoop Dogg. Me too. We got Kerbo. He seems to be having a whale of a time. Yep. Jeez. Chaos has ensued, hasn't it? Down for 5 minutes. I mean, the world just basically decided to say, hey, we're done. Alright, well, new tornado warning in Louisiana, because why not? The same place that we were talking about earlier now has another tornado warning, so we might as well start talking about tornado warnings again. What?
Police! Help! Police! Help! Police!
What?
Help! Help!
What is this?
Because you didn't give up and the chat is working again. Also I win Becca.
The chat apparently is working again. Hold up. As I try and figure out... Look at that! Talking about tornado. All is alive and well again, although I can't really see anything on that end, so I will have to just use that. Look at that! It's nice to see that 47 people decided to stay and tune into the stream. Guys are bloody legends. I hope you know that, huh? Alright, well, we survived the crisis of YouTube Live. The crash of 2020 happened live on stream. We might as well put that in the funny moments, shall we? Oh, boy. Yeah, well, Nicholas, thank you for the $10 super chat. My goodness. Brandon, what's up? Let's see. Yeah, so we got the tornado warning here. This is going to be for St. Tammany Parish. This will be in effect until 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. As you can see, the velocities show that the greens are moving towards, reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be, and that seems to be right over the Madisonville area. And it'll be going right over the State Route 22 area, eventually off towards the Interstate 12 vicinity. So people over in those areas need to get to their safe space. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a closet or a bathroom with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the actual tornado as possible. Everything is dead, including my conscience. Yep, me too. I mean, isn't that the truth? Let's go ahead and move this over here, because I don't think there's really that much of a purpose for, my thing. If it's not going to update chat, I might as well put chat right there then. How do you apply from YouTube mod? I'll have a application system set up on my Discord server relatively soon. But other than that, nothing really much you can do right now. So yeah, let's continue on this very interesting quest that we have. I mean, I didn't actually think that YouTube would respond that quickly, but you know what? It is $1 million company for a reason. Matthew, what's up? Welcome back. We all survived the great crisis of YouTube, didn't we? The Iowa storm is rotating. It's been rotating, my friend. It's been rotating. It's doing its own little thing. Did you just fart, Nate? No. Actually, this chair, whenever I adjust myself, it sounds like it's farting. But look, listen. See, I've got my lumbar pillow, so whenever I also lay back on it, it kind of rubs up with the other leather. So it's just like, Look, here. I'll even go back here and go. You see? See what I mean? It's doing its own thing. Can't control that. Theresa, welcome back! You didn't really miss much because YouTube kind of crashed for like 15 minutes. So, it's doing its own little thing. How's Illinois? Illinois right now is fine. Illinois right now is fine. It's a moment for YouTube, but keeping people safe is key. Yep, that's true. That's what I try to do. Have I been? Haven't heard from me in a while. Yeah, I haven't been on YouTube for a week, mainly because stuff really hasn't happened. Anything interesting hasn't happened, but it's doing its own little thing. But yeah, I've been doing well. I kind of weathered myself out a little bit because I was just doing non-stop research. So I was like, I'm taking a little break. And I did, but now I'm back. Because YouTube, well, not YouTube. Let's put it this way. School ends for me tomorrow. And I wouldn't have to focus on school until I go into college. Which, that doesn't get sorted out until the end of summer. So, it is what it is. I think it's a quick patch to put in place when that crash happened. Why didn't they do that in the middle of the night? Because most YouTube's viewership is in the US. So, let's see. It's pronounced Louisville. Oh, we've got someone. AJ. AJ, is that you?
There you go. All right, Nate, do you hear me?
Yep. We got you loud and clear.
Loud and clear, that's great, because I'm under a gas station awning. I would not expect to be loud and clear right now. I'm going to step out of the car. Stuffy in there. So, Nate, how's it been? How's the stream?
You see, YouTube kind of crashed for 15 minutes on a global scale. So I had to inform people in the dark, basically.
That's great. I love YouTube. Very stable platform, you know?
You're telling me.
Yeah, so my chase hasn't been successful today, unfortunately. No naders yet.
Yeah.
So,
where are you located currently?
Kansas, waiting for the LJ to kick. The Hers make some cells just north of here, around 8. So.
And where did you say?
Holton.
Holton.
Yes.
Oh,
north
Holton.
of Topeka by about 30 miles.
Okay, I
on
see.
Highway.
So you're kind of dealing with that, like, kind of those developing cells around you guys right now.
Yeah, they dropped some hail on us, and there's actually starting to be a pretty good updraft base.
Mm-hmm.
Decent rotation, as in, like, not, good rotation, but with how crappy May's been so far, we'll take it. But
yeah,
it was decent rotation, but it just fell apart when the hail core dumped. Biggest hail was just under an inch. So
Okay.
yeah, that's been my chase so far, is basically get in front of sail, get hailed on, and then get stuck on some dirt road, and then come back to Holton. So yeah, that's been my day.
Well,
What are
very
your predictions for around here? I'd be interested to think what you think, because I haven't had a chance to look at the models for a couple hours. Trying not to get hailed into my dad's new car.
Yeah, so the stuff that's happening around you guys, I honestly think that it won't be as bad as everyone says it is over in Kansas. Still a general risk that I believe could potentially have its own discrete cells that could be tornadic, but otherwise, honestly, I think the worst risk is more towards the east.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Iowa did the Iowa thing today. I mean, that happens every time there's storms in Iowa. There's always a bird fart somewhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been having my dad navigate, and it turns out he's much better with maps than I am, as in he actually knows how to read maps. So yeah. Well, I'm gonna wait for the LJ to kick, and then see if anything happens before dark. I'll text you anything I see. Good luck with the stream.
Yeah, if you
how are your viewers doing? I want to see, is Mango Man there? Is Wendy's there? Just the whole crew, or?
well, I haven't seen Wendy's or anything like that, but we got Biceps back into the chat, so.
All right, as long as we got Biceps, man, I'm good. That's all you need.
If you have anything, feel free to call. All right, people love to hear you talk.
Yes, I know they do. I have a glorious voice. All right, yeah, see you, Nate.
Yeah, take care. That was our chaser AJ for today. He has decided to go out and chase the stuff that's happening over in Kansas. So one of those things where if he sees something that's happening out there, you guys will definitely hear something from him, because he'll be on it. He'll probably be taking pictures too. So we'll have to see. But we got yes, we do have chasers today, or at least a chaser. So I guess we'll have to find out. You live next to that city. Oh, okay. Well, you guys are kind of getting some stuff today in general. Something just happened around my house. Wait. Okay. So yeah, nothing really too much that's happening. Even though there's a tornado warning right now over in Covington and Madisonville, there really isn't a whole lot to talk about, in my honest opinion. I do want to quickly take a look. I am really curious as to, let's see. Okay, so that's kind of interesting. Let's see. Okay, is there any questions before we continue into the actual stream? More of the stream. There seems to be there's always some sort of severe activity happening in Texas, isn't there? Waiting for this cat hurricane to pass through your room seems legit. It does seems legit, doesn't it? Yeah, it's kind of just doing its own little thing, in my honest opinion. Nothing really too much that's happening at the moment. I think they're just trying to forecast, just trying to be precautious with this cell that's moving over the border. So nothing really too interesting in that retrospect. Let's take a look at the cell over near Springfield. We can try and see. One of the things is Alter AJ. Who is Alter on YT? Alter is no one on YT, I believe. He doesn't have, or at least he's not active in the chat. Him and I just talk every now and then. Yeah, so we kind of just do our own little thing. Let's see.
Police! Police! Help! Police! Help! Police! Help! Help! Police!
For AJ's gas.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just give that to him as part of the payment. He's not supposed to be paid today, but you know what? If it's directed towards a staff member, I'll give it to him. So, Nicholas, thank you for your generosity of the $2 super chat. Magalore. You know, this is about severe weather, but the NAM 3K 18Z run is showing a Cat 3 hurricane. Yeah, that sounds about right. Welcome to the NAM 3K. Let's take a look at these cells over here. I am curious to see what all is happening here, and it seems as if nothing is happening. Nothing is happening in southern Missouri. Let's take a look at Iowa. Kind of see what all is happening here. Mr. Beast crashed YouTube. They had a competition where people had to see how long YouTube would last with a group of hackers. The prize is $1 million. Mr. Beast is probably going to get banned then. I'm going to be completely honest. We might have to say goodbye to our lovely friend. This thing is still having a whale of a time. I said that Oskaloosa would get something from this. So, welcome to life. You got the greens moving towards, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation, relatively broad rotation in my opinion. The hail is, it's okay. It could be better, could be worse in my opinion. But it'll be continuing to move off into the general vicinity, past the Oskaloosa area, heading off towards the US 63 area, eventually into State Route 92 near Rose Hill, Wright, Fremont, Delta, Hedrick, what cheer, what a name for that town. No offense if you live in there. Yeah, so just areas across the board that could be impacted by these cells. Nothing too organized at this moment, especially nothing along the tornado parameters. So really something that everyone needs to go ahead and take their precautions otherwise. This cell down here, I'm still trying to figure out what it's doing. And I'm not sure that's a good thing. And I'm not sure that's a bad thing. But it seems as if this thing has just decided to die. We've been in the dark with this cell for quite some time now. I don't really have any way of knowing whether or not there is anything here. They're saying it's radar indicator rotation. I'm assuming that they are just using some sort of experimental radar to help them up. What's up with the tropical storm? There isn't a tropical storm right now, but it could turn tropical within the next few hours with the next update. So I guess we'll have to see. I don't think it's going to turn tropical as of this moment. Probably could turn tropical midday tomorrow into late day tomorrow, but we'll continue to see as it continues to move off. The Mr. Beast reference was a joke. Well, I don't know that. I was in the middle of a stream and all of a sudden people were just, it was dead. Big dead. Here in Kansas City Metro, what should you expect tonight? Lee Summit to be exact. Well, for Kansas City specifically, you guys are going to be seeing some gusty winds and some decent sized hail. You can't rule out a tornado or two, maybe just a tornado, because there isn't really a lot of stuff that could increase the potential of you guys seeing some severe weather. So it's one of those things where you've got the opportunity, but it will be very unlikely in my opinion. Here. Let's just do this. I can lay back a little bit. Oh, tropical weather. Yeah. So the cell out in the tropics right now is kind of doing its own thing. By the way, this severe thunderstorm warning for Desha County in Arkansas, I was taking a look at it for a couple seconds. It does seem to be having some decently sized hail. And it actually has a decent updraft too. So this, as it continues, could produce some large hail as it goes off towards Watson and Dumas. Just paralleling the US 65 area in that general vicinity. Let's go into Iowa. Actually, let's take a look at the let's take a look at surface observation. Not really surface observations per se. Let's take a look and see what all is happening with these cells in general. It seems as if these cells are starting to blow up now. And when that happens, that means the cells will kind of pop off and really start to blow up. So watch these cells in north central Missouri. That could turn severe relatively soon. We can actually, I can't see the echo top, so I might have to use the Kansas City radar. But, we'll have to see. Radioscope M-ping 3-inch tree limbs broken. Power cord broken. Where that? Oh, is it here?
My last donate for now. Spread this to your staff.
Large
You
tree
don't
limbs
deserve
broken.
it.
Oof. So this storm, as I said, has been gusting out for quite some time. Yeah, I don't see, there's not really much that I can, ooh, here it is, here it is. Alright, you guys want me to run another, did it not show up? I'm very confused. It says that you donated, but it doesn't say anything. Oh well. Here, let's react to it. Oh my god! Your last donate for now. Spread this to your staff. You don't deserve it! What? I'm not complaining too much because I did say I didn't really want all that much money. So, it's just having its whale of a time. But, Nicholas Reiser with the $5 super chat. What are you doing? Thank you guys so much for the donations. I really gotta say, you guys are crazy. It didn't make the noise. In my screen, it didn't make the noise. I was like, well, it showed up on the thing afterwards. Usually it does the notification. I'm quite... I don't know what's happening anymore. Should we... Alright, so let's ask the chat. Should we run another simulation? Because with what I've been seeing lately, it's just kind of... You touch your face, are you going to get infected? Probably not. Y'all YouTube channel was infected with the crash? Yeah. Well, I mean, I was still live streaming and stuff like that. So it's not really too much. So should we run another simulation? Makes me feel good in your biceps. I mean, it is what it is then. What the? I don't even know. Yes, I'm getting some yeses. Simulation for where and when? Probably somewhere in this general vicinity. Somewhere here, if I can. It's conditional. Jimmy! No spamming! Love of God! You don't have to do it over and over again. I'm seeing some yes. Seeing another yes. Seeing more yeses. Alright. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it, chat. Stop it. Said stop spamming. Stop it. Alright. Let's run another simulation if I can find... There's Sharpie. What in the world is David doing? Run. Alright. So now since we got that set up, I've kind of got David's stream on the side just to see what he's doing too, what he's looking at. But, gotta keep up with my competition, huh? As I take a look, I'm trying to see. Oh yeah, by the way, did you guys know that there's a... I didn't notice this until a little bit later. Do you know that there's actually a hatch risk right over here? Yeah, I didn't. Look at how small the hatch risk is. Look at how small it is. The little teeny tiny hatched risk. It's quite funny, actually. YouTube crash discussion number 2. Oh, man. Let's see. New version? Nope. Okay. So now it should theoretically be loading within the next few seconds. Still the tornado warning in Louisiana. I'm not sure if that's actually legit or not. But let's go ahead and take a look. What model should we use? Let's use HRRR. It's pretty close. HRRR is pretty good when it's up close. Alright. Let's see. Should we do Kirksville? Let's take a look at Kirksville first. I am really curious to see what's going to happen right around that time. So let's see a profile, and I'll also talk about the actual sounding in general. Okay, so this sounding actually looks pretty interesting. You can see that the hodograph kind of has a general turning motion, so it's something that's really interesting. The critical angle, the closer it is to 90 degrees, the more likely it is for it to be not really per se long-lived cells, but the higher chance for it to cycle all the way through. So that's really interesting there. Still under a tornado warning in St. Tammany's Parish. Yeah, I honestly don't know why that's still there. Close to 70 dBZs down in Texas. If it's that severe storm there, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. The one down in Louisiana, it's kind of just doing its own thing. The helicity is alright. It's having a whale of a time. The dew points are actually around 66 degrees. And the actual temperature is right around 77. I saw 17 because of the capping inversion. That's not that bad. The 3 cape is pretty good, actually. Anything that's around 100 is pretty good. So for it to have 160, pretty nice in my opinion. Surface cape 3,232, obviously pretty good. So this sounding is pretty good just by taking a look at it. So this is the 0Z. 0Z. Let's see what 1Z says, and whether or not it'll be a lot better or worse. So this says that it starts to diminish a bit. Which kind of doesn't really concern me. It's just for the risk that we have today, it's not that good. This says here that it's relatively decent. Photographs, once again, they're okay. Could be better, could be worse. But let's take a look and see what all happens along the line. Critical angle kind of dies down a bit, but still some characteristics in and around there. Lapse rates aren't too good. So I want to check and see Peoria real quick. If it's capable of producing a tornado, then it's bad. We'll take another Katrina over a tornado again. I mean, that's debatable. That's debatable. Debatable. Depends upon which tornado. If it's like a dust devil, then it's not that much. Okay, so Enlisty is quite nice, but this is contaminated to almost hell. So this tells me that something ain't right. Ooh. Marginal tornado. So my hot zone could theoretically still prove valid. Sorry for spamming. It was on timeout. Feels so bad. You would donate, but you're broke. You're fine. You're fine. Just people don't spam, please. Love of God. All right. I think the best sounding that we saw was this one over here for 22Z, or not 22Z, for 0Z. This has the highest chance of it doing stuff. How long was YouTube down? Probably about like 10 minutes, something like that. This right here seems to be the best when it comes to the actual activity. So I'm going to go ahead and save this text. And we're going to go ahead and get started with our CM1 stuff over here. So let's go into input underscore sounding. Save. Yes, I want to replace it because the other ones I don't really care about all too much. And now we need to get storm motion. So 261 at 20. That's moving relatively slow in my opinion, which kind of concerns me. I wonder if the cells won't sustain because it's moving that slow. I guess we'll have to find out, shall we? So let's go. Actually, we can go into history because I just did it recently. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Okay, now we need to convert it into meters per second. So let's go knots to meters per second. Don't forget to like and subscribe, comment. Yep, indeed. I haven't sold out yet today, but it's a good reminder from my moderator that you probably should do that if you enjoy my content. It's not mandatory, but you probably should. It helps me along the way. All right, so we got 10.2 meters per second. Let's copy that, paste that. I said 267, correct? I said 261. Where did I get the 7 from? Let's calculate that. Storm motion, got that going. Let's go ahead and take a look and see what all we got here with CM1. So we got CM1, run. Let's first off go into the sounding. Let's edit it. So let's delete the end there. Let's save. Got that going. Let's go into the name list. Let's go all the way down to the storm motion. There it is. Motion of the ocean. Let's copy and paste that. Let's copy and paste that. Let's save. And now, what you're about to see is CM1 crashing. Bad sounding. Lit. Can't use that sounding then, chat. Ugh. F in the chat. I'd say that's an F. We just wasted like 5 minutes just to see the sound and go, hey, I don't want you to use me anymore. Alright, well, let's take a look and see what we can do about that then. This 3D model worked for St. Louis too. Kirksville isn't too far. I mean, theoretically it could. Could definitely work. 258 at 2.5. Let's go 2.5, 12, Control C. Let's see, 258. At that. Let's calculate. Let's copy and paste all this into name list. Let's figure this out. The struggles of running simulations, chat. The ultimate struggle. File, save, turn that off. Okay, so now we're gonna go, did we already interpolate? Okay, we did. It's file, save text. Tornado back in Louisiana again? Why? There is literally no point. It's very weak. This is the boy who cried wolf. Oh crap, I need to do the input underscore sounding again. There we go. We got that. Save. Yes, I want to replace it. We got that. Let's edit. Okay, let's edit the sound in here. And do that. File, save, got that. All right. Please. Okay. It is now running, chat. It is now running the simulation. Tell your friends and family. Because we're going to have an answer as to what is going to be happening tonight within the next 20 minutes. Let's get your popcorn ready. Get your popcorn ready, peep. Don't need this anymore. Don't need that anymore. Don't need any of these. All should be fine. CC drop at the moment. We got a CC drop? What? A CC drop in Louisiana? Is it in Louisiana? I guess we'll find out. Got your Taco Bell ready? Good, my friend, good. We got a CC drop. I've heard. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt that baby was on the ground. Take a look at that. Green's moving towards, red's moving away, right in the middle. What is that? What have I been telling you guys, chat, the entire time? It's heading towards I-12, and I-12 needs to take their precautions. I understood why there wasn't really all too much to look at, but at the same time, we just had a tornado that just touched the ground for like a couple of seconds. And it gave a lot of people a scare along I-12 too. So I don't doubt that this thing was on the ground. Definitely has the ball for it. Yep, so this is, I'm not surprised this is going to be on the ground for quite some time. How long am I going to be live streaming for? As long as it is necessary. But I do believe that this was on the ground for a short period of time. So people along I-12, if you know anyone who lives in there, or if you know anyone in there, tell them to go ahead and take their precautions. Get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a closet or a bathroom with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the actual tornado as possible. This thing has a history of producing tornadoes, in my opinion, and I feel like that This very well could do it again if it gets into these characteristics. I honestly didn't feel like it could before, but now just by looking at this, as I said before, with a tornado warning, don't just treat it as if it's nothing. Treat it as if it's something. So you guys need to go ahead, take your precautions if you live around those areas. There is some residential areas around here, so I'd say if you know anyone around there, please tell them to go ahead and take their precautions. That definitely would be very much so appropriate. I am going to take a 3D of this actual storm. I'm really curious to see what it all looks like when it comes to the actual supercellular motion. And you can kind of see the inflow notch right there on the 3D scans, where you can see how the openness with how the air just comes into the actual inflow notch. You can see the downdraft pushing its way up. You can see this little kind of, if you were to draw a line here, you can kind of envision the kind of tilting in the tilting in all this. This is all precip right here. So the updraft is kind of just holding everything up down up into the atmosphere until it is heavy enough for it to fall down out in front of us. So there is a relatively decent updraft around here, and the inflow notch is quite prevalent on radar. If I were to take a look at the ISO surface, you can actually kind of see, even though it is a bit obscured down around the bottom, there is still a hole to where inflow could be sucked into the actual storm, and it could actually produce some sort of tornadic rotation. So you guys, as I said before, need to go ahead and take your precautions, because as that continues to move off, people need to go ahead, take their precautions. What color table do I use for this? This is just the kind of like a radar scope-ish color table for the reflectivity. Someone created this for me, and I've always kind of liked it, so I was just like, I'll keep it. So yeah, you can kind of see the classic hook characteristics with the outflow wrapping in, the inflow wrapping in as well, right in the middle where the rotation would be is what I would be looking at. So this will be heading off eventually. I'm going to take a storm motion just to see where specifically this will go, and it seems to be moving relatively slowly. It'll be crossing over US 190 in about 15 minutes. So people over there, if you live anywhere between Robert and Covington, maybe even more further, even around Robert, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions, because this cell has had a history of producing some short-lived tornadoes. And it's quite the surprise in my honest opinion. You can see the reds have kind of increased in velocities a bit more. The greens have kind of weakened a bit more. If I were to take a storm relative velocity, you can see that this is definitely inflow dominant. So this thing could sustain for quite some time. And as this continues to move off over, as I said, towards the US 190 area, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. This definitely could reproduce as it moves off into that general vicinity. I do want to take a slice of this cell just to see how high possibly the debris was lofted up into the atmosphere. It seems as if I can't actually see anything as of right now, but nothing really that I can see from this. Very unfortunate, just for research sake. But the good news is that nothing really has done anything to warrant our interest. One thing that I do want to mention here is that you do have the really fast-moving winds moving into the actual cell. You can clearly see that the upper-level winds. You can notice how it starts to get into the oranges when it comes to the inbound winds. Whereas the you have the grays that are quite weaker. So this is definitely inflow dominant as this continues to move off in between Covington and Robert, I believe, is where the town was. So if you guys live over there, if you guys know anyone who lives over there, you guys need to go ahead, tell them to take their precautions, get into their safe space, because this thing has had a history, in my opinion, of producing a short-lived tornado. So people over there need to go ahead, take their precautions. As this is now moving over the I-12 vicinity, still some general rotation. The reds moving away and the greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation is typically at. the convergence of the two different winds is where that would typically be. And as I take a look at the correlation coefficient, nothing really too much showing that there is a current tornado on the ground. Typically, I would look for these kind of blues that would appear in a ball, as we have seen in past history. So, if I were to look at whether or not a tornado is on the ground at this moment, obviously because there is no none of those blue balls, or even these the green ones that kind of like fizz out a bit. I don't see any of that within the correlation coefficient, so I do not believe that this is on the ground at the moment, but still could definitely produce along the way as that continues to move off towards US 190. So if you guys, once again, know anyone who live around those areas, can't stress enough, tell them to get into their safe space. They do have a tornadic cell that is approaching them. So yeah, people over near Robert, people near Covington, you guys need to take your precautions. Echo tops seem to be going above 40,000 feet, even up to 41,000 feet. Definitely one of those things where people need to just heed our warnings. The spectrum width seems to be showing that there is some sort of downdraft activity around the hook, which means that it is supplying some sort of cooling around that area, basically suppressing the hook, the rotation just a little bit, but that also means that it could be definitely trying to recycle and forcing the winds down into the storm. That also is another opportunity for it to maybe even come back a lot stronger than it originally was. So it's one of those things where still has the potential to do things along the way. Let's see. I'm going to take a look at the... Okay, the cells are now starting to pop off in Missouri. So as I said, Missouri is starting to get some stuff. It's now starting to get some reports of hail over an inch. We're going to quickly take a look at that. It's confirmed funnel. Okay, so we got some of that. We got some of that much. Good news is that hopefully the people... I've done quite a bit when it comes to informing people over there. I can only just hope that they heed my warnings. But these cells have now decided to billow. They are now discrete cells out in front of the actual line. This is the risk that I have been talking about, guys. And I'm not sure if this is finished yet. It looks like it is not finished yet. So I guess we shall continue to wait until that does. But at the same time, as that continues to move off into the general vicinity where there is more instability, people need to go ahead, take their precautions as that continues to move off in the general area of what we've been looking for. There's also some cells that could be forming out over here near Peoria. Peoria is also in kind of my hot spot. If we were to kind of like outline the area that I was looking for, right in the box, it's towards the edge of it, but the cells that I've actually that are starting to form over here is quite interesting, to say the least. But you can definitely see how the cells are starting to billow. The only thing about it is that the actual cells that has been forming across Iowa has been kind of pushing off a bit more to the it just has been spreading out its anvil a bit more out in front. It might actually be starting to occlude the actual instability right within the instability within these actual cells to help it get stronger. So I guess we'll have to see as it continues to move on through. But I do also want to take a 3D of this just to see specifics. That just kind of temporarily crashed for a little bit. That's fun. Nothing too much that I can see. These cells are indeed over 40,000 feet. I can't really see all too much besides indeed they have an updraft, and indeed they are quite nice on reflectivity, but I can't see anything that's too organized. I mean, maybe this cell, no, it's facing from the north. I'd have to take a look at some from the south. This cell right here near Kitesville, that would be something that I definitely want to take a look at. Is the model done yet? Nope, the model is still doing its own little thing. It is taking a bit of its time, so I guess we'll have to see as that continues to move off. But definitely within these cells, I don't see anything that's really organized, in my opinion. So I guess we'll have to see. It is what it is. We had to put him down, chat. He was inciting drama. We kind of wanted him to be a part of the community, but you know what? It is what it is. Guess we'll figure it out eventually. Win some, you lose some, and fortunately for him, he lost some. There is now a flash flood warning for the area over the tornado warning, which actually makes sense because there's just been repetitive rainfall right around that area. Now, granted, no offense to the people who live in Louisiana, but they can even admit that it's a bit of a swamp over there itself. So it doesn't really help when there's a lot of moisture around in that general vicinity anyways. But still, some general rotation within the actual tornado warning. You can kind of see the reds moving away, the greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation is. Nothing really too organized at the moment. Nothing on the correlation coefficient showing that a tornado is on the ground. But you can kind of see this classic hook feature right on radar and the inflow moving into the actual cell. So as I said, that continues to move off into the general vicinity of just to the east of Robert, kind of moving to the north and west almost, maybe even more north. People over there need to go ahead, take their precautions, because this thing has a history of producing, I believe it has a confirmed funnel. I can't quite... Yep, a funnel cloud was reported by an off-duty National Weather Service employee along Interstate 12 at Louisiana Highway 1077 around 7:05 p.m. So this thing has had a history of trying to become tornadic, and people need to go ahead and assume that this thing could try and restructure itself at any point possible. So you guys need to go ahead, take your precautions as that continues to try to move off towards US 190 in between Robert and Covington, maybe more towards Robert. So if you guys would kindly do so, take your precautions, don't be an idiot. That would be very much so appreciated. Yeah, it's one of those things where rather would have you safe than sorry. So yeah, as that continues to move off, maybe even impacting a little bit later near the Laranger area, but that would be in some time. This storm is quite slow moving in my opinion. Might even be its downfall a little bit, but at the same time, this wasn't really forecasted to be that huge of an event per se. But I guess we're kind of in the event already. I love how even just a general thunderstorm risk down here anyways. So you win some, you lose some. Even some people aren't as perfect as they make out to be. But I guess we'll have to see as that continues to move off. I do want to take a look at the cells over in Illinois. I do want to take a look, see what this over here is doing, just based off of radar presentation. Supercells are near Peoria. Yep, Peoria is the area I was talking about. All right, let's take a look. Decent top storms, I will say. They could be better, could be worse. They're in the middle of 3 radars, which is a good thing. So I can, it's not too far away. Terry, what's up? Welcome to the stream. It seems as if these cells are just doing their own thing, in my honest opinion. Nothing really too organized when it comes to the development of these cells. But it could be better, it could be worse. So I guess we'll have to see. Virtually integrated liquid shows that it's kind of dumping a bunch. There's a lot of rain that's actually going right over State Route 29 near the Rome area. Seems to be a nice bit of updrafting material right within there. So I guess we'll have to see. Is CM1 finished? It does seem as if it is finished. So I guess let's take a look and see. By the way, a lot nicer background now. I love how it just kind of cycles through. It's very nice. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look and see what all we have here. All right, so let's open up. Let's take a look and see if we can get some sort of... Oh boy, what is this? All right, CM1, run. Let's copy this. Alright, did everyone get their mom and stuff like that? Their family, their friends, stuff like that? Because we're gonna watch the simulation now. Simulation is quite nice. I feel like you guys would enjoy that. Okay. We're gonna go parallel. Let's go into our expressions. Let's go into load. WinBar. Apply. Dismiss. Add. Pseudo color. This is going to be rain. This is going to be operators slicing. Slice. And then we're going to go into operators, transforms, elevate. Let's take a look and see. The slicing needs to be on the z-axis. Let's dismiss. The elevate needs to be with 0 height. We're going to apply, dismiss. Then we're going to add the clouds. The clouds are very important. We're going to make this the X-ray. X-ray is quite nice for clouds, in my opinion. Is this X-ray? Yeah, it is. And then we're going to add another one. This is going to be the Z vorticity. Basically measures the up-down rotation, stuff like that. Let's go greens. Let's make this an arc. Arc. There we go. Did that. Dismiss. Now what you're about to see is the actual simulation. I actually should probably make the animation a lot slower. Yep, that sounds about right. There we go. So now we got the box. Got the box here. This will allow us to see what all is going to be happening within this cell. So let's do that. Let's do this. And let's take a look and see what all we're looking at for tonight. Any guesses? I think it's going to be a bit weaker than we originally anticipated. So that's my honest opinion on it. So let's take a look. Place your bets, and let's take a look and see what all is happening. So, boom. A lot of vorticity immediately. Very interesting. Oh, something might be wrong here. Something might be terribly wrong. Whenever the cloud X-ray, apply, dismiss. There we go. Okay, I knew something was wrong. Let's continue. So this is the cells. It seems as if it splits. The cell splits, but there isn't. Yeah, it just tears itself apart. The sustainability of these cells are not as good as it once was, which means interesting. What this tells me then is that the risk for tonight won't be as strong as all of us first anticipated. The cell has split off, and it looks like it is trying to split again. Are there any tornado warnings yet? There's a singular tornado warning in Louisiana. Let's go ahead and take a look at that tornado warning again, and go ahead and see if there's anything happening over here still. This just told me that this risk tonight over there is going to be kind of meh. Mainly because the sustainability of all of these cells kind of just died out. There wasn't really much that it could do. It couldn't hold up its updraft. Storm motion was just too much to the point where it just shredded itself. So, it did seem as if it kind of died out. This cell, however, still pretty nice, I gotta say. Rotation's pretty great. I mean, it's general rotation. It's good enough to produce one. It did have a funnel earlier. We'll say that. You can definitely see reds moving inwards, greens moving outwards. In the middle is where the rotation would be. And so as that continues to move off into the general vicinity, towards the east of Robert, near the Loranger area, past the state route, or not the state route, the U.S. Route 190 area, you guys, as I said, continue to take your precautions. And also have to be aware that there is going to be the possibility of some flash flooding around you guys. So dual threat, I'd say I wouldn't get into my basement per se. I would get into the lowest innermost part of your building that's above the surface, if you know what I mean. So particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible, and also so you can not get flooded too. So yeah, try and do that. Help as best as I can with that much. Tornado warning has expired, but there is still some general rotation as that continues to move off towards the north and east. So people over there, I'd still say to monitor the weather. The inflow winds have kind of died out a bit. The outflow winds have remained the same. So it does seem as if it may be trying to go outflow dominant, but at the same time, it's nothing really much that it can do there. So, that may have been all she rode for that cell down in Louisiana. So, let's go ahead and move over to the cells over in Missouri. I did say that this was going to be the area to watch as it moves off towards the hot zone. This actually is starting to become part of the hot zone now. So it's one of those things where people need to kind of go ahead and take their precautions now, because this thing is starting to dump a lot of hail. And when I mean a lot of hail, I mean a lot of hail. So, yeah, definitely something that you all have to take your precautions on. Probably bring the car in, make sure that there isn't really a lot of damage done to your actual vehicles. Bring it into the garage. If there's some larger hail, if you thought about putting it under the tree, then you're severely mistaken, because it probably will just go all the way through the tree. But I guess we'll have to see what all this storm does. I don't really see too much organization per se. So many clusters of cells that just decided to turn into a hodgepodge, in my honest opinion. So, I mean, we'll have to see. We shall see indeed. Yeah. Is there any questions that you guys have for me as I continue to go through the stream, just looking over the live stuff? New mesoscale discussion. Ooh, this gonna be pretty interesting. What is this? Why is everything black? Oh, seems legit. All right, well, let's take a look at the mesoscale discussion. Okay, so that's the severe thunderstorm watch. I guess we shall take a look and see whenever that that does pop around. But nothing really too much. Watch unlikely in Louisiana. Yeah, I doubt it too. Cells really have popped off. A cell over in Louisiana seems to be having a difficult time. It's doing its own little thing. Does seem as if there is an attempt at thunderstorm initiation over here. So, just a bit of an attempt.
Police!
Okay, there's something wrong with the
Help! Police! Help! Police!
There's definitely something wrong with the thingamabobby, but good thing I saw it in time.
Make Beckelin a moderator.
Becca,
If she
if you
wants
want it,
it.
I'll give you the job. You're always active in chat, and you're not chaotic. Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, the thing's not working for me, apparently. Apparently I can't hear the police thing. It's quite concerning. I don't know. It's doing its own thing. Let's see. Kevin Kurtz calling police. Actually, I've got an idea. What if I turn off my headphones and then turn it back on? Okay. Did it work? Did it work? Oh boy. Okay, so you guys hear the police. Very interesting. I can't hear it. Oh, hopefully that should fix it. Hopefully that should fix it. What do I think about tornadoes tonight? Definitely an opportunity for some tonight. Not too big, not too small, but it's doing its own thing. Let you test it out. No. Oh, unless if you're talking about moderation position, then yeah, that's fine. Little do I know. Yeah, it seems legit. I have to go, guys. I fixed it! I fixed it! I'm more ecstatic that I fixed it more than a donation, no offense. Yes, I do! I fixed it! I am more ecstatic that I fixed the donation sound more than the donation. It sounds so terrible, but I love the sound of that. I love it deep in my heart. I really do. It is 10 out of 10. The greatest thing that I've ever put in YouTube. Definitely a thing to behold. By the way, if you guys now you don't hear it, what do you mean you don't hear it? I heard it perfectly. This is very upsetting now. I want to make it so that it's both. I guess we'll figure it out eventually. My headphones, just turn it off, turn it back on. Am I using OBS? Yeah, I'm using OBS. However, didn't really help that YouTube kind of like crashed for like some time. And my computer kind of just decided to say, hey, we're gonna go dead. So, I don't know. It is what it is. There we go. Alright, we got something like that going on. Let's test it. I've got an idea. Hypothesis. Gotta say, greatest subscription noise ever. Hopefully you guys heard that. Hopefully you guys heard that.
Here we go.
By the way, if you haven't subscribed already, please do. I take this a whole lot more seriously when there's a lot of stuff going on. And there really isn't a lot of stuff going on, surprisingly. The big tired. Actually, I've been sleeping really well lately. You can't hear it! Oh, I already know how to add sound device, stuff like that. It's just the fact that they can't hear it. It's on Streamlabs' end because it's a little glitch that I've been dealing with for a bit. OBS alert box sound, it hopefully should be fine. Yeah, for me it's fine. For me it's fine. It's working for me. It says the desktop audio is doing something on Streamlabs, so it's definitely not me. It says test. Literally. So it's not my end.
Police!
It's OBS. OBS is being a pleb.
Police!
Nicholas, by the way, thank you for the $2 super chat. Really do appreciate it.
Test.
So yeah, this cell right here is actually starting to turn into a chunky boy, I gotta say. It's having a whale of a time. No, what? Are you kidding me? Yes, I am rocking multiple monitors. But I've already got the audio set up so that it's coming from very... Streamlabs. So it's delayed? I can hear it too. Welcome to YouTube today, where everything just wants to be screwed up. I'm gonna be completely honest. This is YouTube's fault. Because everything was functioning really well prior to the whole, oh, we're gonna crash and burn. I mean, it's true. It's delayed, but it worked. Okay, well, you guys could theoretically hear it, so it should be fine. You guys should be able to hear the police. But anyways, so yeah. We're still going to be watching this thing. Chunky Boy is still doing its own thing. No, don't do that. Don't super chat until the issue is resolved. Don't send me money at all. I told you guys. Don't throw away your money. I'm going to put it to good use, but don't do it. How do you get a hold of me? Go on a Discord. Join my server. Or create a Discord account. Do my own little thing. Alright, I'm starting to get pictures from our chaser out in Topeka, Kansas. If this wants to load, there we go. So you can definitely see little funnel right within there. We've got the nice looking wall cloud right within here, with a good looking funnel right within the actual rain curtains. Definitely something that I'll continue to watch, but this does have a little bit of tornadic activity with a nice little wall cloud action around there. So it's one of those things where people over there, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. So yeah, that's the let's see, that's north of Topeka, I believe. Torads? What do you mean, Torads? What is Torads doing? Let's see. I don't know. $500 and you guarantee tears? I guaranteed tears when someone donated me 100. Someone donated me 100. I'm like, what are you doing? What base reflectivity color table am I using? I'm using the one that was given to me by a good friend of mine. This one is it's pretty well, I asked him to create it and I honestly thought it was pretty nice. So just the way he formatted it. So life was fine. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of just these random cells that are just doing its own little thing. Rotation southwest of Halton. Okay, so there it is. They've got the actual, got it confirmed now. These are now the cells that they are chasing. This is southwest of Halton. A brief gust NATO or spout. I am getting reports from my chaser. So people in the town of Halton near Birmingham, Marietta, along the US 75 area, along State Route 16, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. there is definitely some sort of activity along this general vicinity, according to our chasers. So one of those things where you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions, and it's the same thing with all the other cells too. So this is just the beginning for the evening. For most of the streamers that decide to end it tonight, you know, it's not quite done yet, so it's doing its own little thing. Be nice to get Nate. Will you guys stop it? Yep, so we've had reports of a brief gustnado or spout with this cell. It's definitely something to where when it starts to do things, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. Where are my hotspots for today? Didn't see it. Right here, I believe. Somewhere here. Was that right around there, chat? Give or take. Something like that. Somewhere in Illinois, somewhere in Missouri, somewhere in Iowa. Boom. Hotspot. When you get OBS Studio on your school laptop, I got it on my own laptop. I just bring to school every now and then. That's my storm chasing laptop too. Does its own little thing. I also got GR level 3 on it, because GR level 3 is so much easier to stream or to get data, stuff like that. So, what radar are we using? Oh, we're using the one in Topeka. That makes sense. I couldn't see that for a bit. Oh, my F-150. You're buying a new truck soon. I mean, free stuff is free stuff. Anyone will take free stuff. But, I'm pretty sure my father could use it. We don't have a truck. We used to for his work, but things changed, stuff like that. Just south of it, on the border of the hot zone. Oh, okay. To be polite, he's going to say no. Yeah. Both OBS and Streamlabs OBS. Streamlabs OBS is... They're both about the same, honestly. They're both about the same. Yeah. A lot of gusty winds with all this 4-inch diameter branch down. Spotter estimated winds from the RFG to be near 75 miles per hour. So I wouldn't be surprised if this cell actually turns tornadic relatively soon. I wonder if there's a tornado possible, and it indeed is still a tornado possible cell. Something that I did say earlier on my server is that we could have some embedded supercells within the line. Tomorrow, not as much as the case, especially for parts of Texas and Oklahoma. But for today, I said I wouldn't be surprised if I saw some embedded supercells along the line, and here we have one. So whether or not this continues to push off and intensify, guess we will definitely have to see as that moves off to the east. Does seem to be... Yeah, it could be better, could be worse. Guess we'll have to see. Right now it's really unorganized. These cells in Illinois have kind of just decided to form and then go. I wouldn't be surprised if they start attempting to form within that area. This cell near Pontiac actually is something that I'm watching. Does have a little bit of a hook right within this cell. If it could wrap around its outflow, it could definitely attempt to produce something tornadic along the lines. So people near Pontiac, just basically paralleling I-55, you guys need to go ahead and kind of just monitor the weather. If you know anyone along that area anyways, near Odell, Dwight maybe along the lines. It's definitely more favorable for some stuff around there. And even Rome. There's actually some opportunity for something to develop around Rome too. So definitely one of those things where not out of the question for some tornadic development to happen in Illinois. What do I drive? I got a truck for sale, Volkswagen Passat, Dodge Dart for life. Not really for life. My Dodge Dart is pretty nice. I love it. Love my Dodge Dart. It's an amazing car. I don't know why they stopped making it. Like, literally. It's one of the most underrated cars out there. I'd recommend, people to get it. Because it actually is pretty nice. What about this Saturday? Saturday is not really that much of a thing. Unless if it's in the morning. But... What happened to Louisiana Cell? Louisiana Cell kind of dissipated after some time. It wasn't really forecasted to do a lot, so when it had an actual funnel, people were quite surprised. But, yeah, it did its own little thing. Let's see. I do have to take a look and see what all is happening here. Alright, that's really nice. Alright, get my chat up here. Yeah, why did they stop? That's the real question. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. But didn't really understand why they stopped making them. I mean, maybe it's just because people didn't really pay attention. Dream car, Chevy Tahoe, Kia Telluride. My dream car, everyone has like their sports card to get. I want a Lotus Evija. Just looks cool to me. It stands out. I don't know why, but I like it. That's my dream car. $2.some million. It's having a whale of a time. Lack of interest? There's just something that I'm looking for over here. I was really curious as to what all was happening on some other people's channels, but apparently I'm the only weather live streamer that's on right now. So, hello. I typically do this stuff more than other people, so, but it's just, today it was one of those things where I decided not to stream so early. I didn't feel like stuff would pop off too early, and it didn't really do that. The risk is starting to get worse now. It's starting to get to its worst as it continues to push off to the east. So we're kind of just enjoying our time over here, trying to figure out what all is happening. Chicken. Who's the best forecaster in the weather community? That's a tough question. That's a really tough question. As most of you would probably meme me for it. Broyles is pretty good. Yeah, Broyles is pretty good, in my opinion. Yeah, I have to say Broyles. Broyles is probably like one of the best, in my opinion. Granted, sometimes he overcooks some outlooks, but you know what? You know, what's the issue with being safe than sorry? Favorite weather website? I look at the SPC a lot more than any other weather website, so I'm going to go ahead and say the Storm Prediction Center. It's a safe bet. spc.noaa.gov/classic.html. Right there for you all. Best website that I like, at least. Pretty nice website. I don't really care for Pivotal Weather. Pivotal Weather is lately just been, it's been okay. It's just another modeling website. It could be better, could be worse. More active tornado-wise tomorrow. 5% chances. Well, it's in Tornado Alley. Tomorrow, I think that this thing in Tornado Alley isn't going to do as much. I think Northeast could do something, and I think Colorado and Nebraska will do something. I don't think, if it's going to be something in Texas, it's going to be wind and hail. No tornadoes. Or at least barely any tornadoes, in my opinion. What's with the enhanced tomorrow? There's a low-level jet. There's actually just a big boy trough moving through that general vicinity. QLCS that forms. God, did they season this to absolute almighty? They probably did. Oh well. Yeah, so you can kind of see how the line kind of develops and then pushes through. That's the tornado risk. There's also some cells that'll be forming out in front of it too, which you can kind of see with the actual sounding. It shows that you've got a critical angle of 60. You guys can't see the actual dot. There you go. 60. Photograph's kind of okay. Temperatures are all right. Dew points are a bit lacking a little bit, but usually when you have these events in the mid-Atlantic to the Northeast, there isn't really a lot of cape, and there's always a crap ton of shear, and you guys can kind of see that there's a lot of shear. So it's nothing really that is too unfamiliar for us. This is the type of events that we typically get. And I say we because I live in Pennsylvania. So, fun times. Tornado warning. Is it for the cell that I've been talking about? Chat, if it is, then I am, I shall twiddle with my wand on my chicken and say, who said that there could be a tornado warning? I did. Get off. Tornado warning for Marshall and Woodford County in Illinois, and that'll be in effect until 8:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. On reflectivity, you can clearly see the kind of hooking feature with a little bit of an outflow boundary along the side. So as that continues to move off to the Washburn and the LaRose area along State Route 89, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. The velocities show the reds that are moving really quickly out towards the radar, greens away. In the middle is where the rotation is. Let's actually go ahead and take a delta velocity now that I'm really curious with this cell. Let's see. We've got 54 knots moving outbound. We've got 11 knots moving inbound. That's a delta velocity of 66 knots, which would be around 70 miles per hour. So that's the actual rotation. Looking up at about 3,500 feet up in the sky. So people near Washburn and LaRose need to go ahead and take your precautions. If you could get into a basement, that would be great. But if not, get into the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a closet or a bathroom with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the actual tornado as possible. Let's go ahead and get some timings out of the way here for you all, so we can go ahead and make sure that people will have a time frame as to when this tornadic cell will be moving over your area. So Washburn, you guys will be impacted in about 10 minutes, maybe a little bit less. This will be crossing over State Route 89 in about 15 minutes, and then LaRose in about 25. So people over there, as that continues to move off, even Toluca, that general vicinity, and then maybe even State Route 17, the span of 30 to 40 minutes is when this cell will be moving. It seems as if the velocities have kind of reconfigured itself, so 64 knots, weakened a little bit, but at the same time, you can't take this thing lightly. This does have a tornado warning for a reason. No correlation coefficient as of right now, meaning that the tornado isn't on the ground, but one of those things where you guys need to continue to take your precautions. Day before the birthday, so hope I had a good one. Yep, I indeed did, Lee. Thank you for coming back to the stream. kind of just enjoying my chicken here. So, people over there need to continue to take their precautions. I'm going to take a look at the other cells. All these cells have the potential for some tornadic rotation. I just want to say that. So I wouldn't be surprised if we had a couple other tornado warnings. Didn't say that it will happen. I just said we won't be surprised if stuff like that could definitely start churning about. Becca, I'll see you later. Thanks for coming back to the stream. Savoring the flavor, guys. Chicken's pretty good. Seems like things are starting to ramp up. Yeah, I told you guys. To all the weather streamers who just decided to give up, I question why. Why? If it's because of personal things, I can understand that. But if it's just because you thought that the weather event was dead, sorely mistaken. So, yeah. Welcome to Big Day. I believe the new, Day 1 Outlook is out. I am not sure as to what it is, but let's take a look and see what it is based off of Twitter. So, ZDR is showing a ton of inflow at the moment. ZDR doesn't measure inflow. I'm very confused. ZDR shows a really nice updraft. Gotta say, updraft's pretty nice right around there. That's a tornadic updraft if it continues. Oh, yep. That's a ZDR column, alright. It's doing a whale. It's having a whale of a time. Let's take a look for ourselves, shall we? ZDR. Yep, there's the ZDR column. You can kind of see how the red stands alone and there's a bunch of greens and blues. There's the ZDR column. That is your tornadic updraft. So yeah, proves that true. You're thinking yourself that these storms would get as bad until the night, and what happened? Yeah, that's mainly because it's typically doing all this. I'm the type of streamer that does this for fun. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm a different aspect of streaming when it comes to the weather community. People might say that I am very unprofessional, and I don't disagree. There are some times where I'm very unprofessional. But it's my style of streaming, and people actually kind of enjoy it for some reason. It's also a bit relaxing to any people who want to tune in. Darth Vader, no twisters as of yet. There has been reports of a couple funnels, though. We'll say that. So, yeah. I don't really see anything else that much to talk about. There's definitely is something over there. How powerful is that storm? This storm right here, that's over in Washburn, isn't really particularly too powerful. It kind of has lost a bit of its rotation within the last few scans. It's still there. It's just it's trying to fight over superiority between the other cells, and unfortunately, it's not in an area where it could do that. So, one of those things where you need to just take your precautions. Confirmed tornado on the ground. Where? Play some non-copyright weeb music. It's not weeb music. CC drop. What do you mean CC drop? Oh. What's going through my mind right now is whether or not that's an actual tornado. First things first, before I say anything, I should say people in Washburn and LaRose, I told you guys to get into your safe space to begin with. Hope you guys are still there. Oh! Well, all right then. Guess we do have a possible tornado on the ground. I was about to say, let's look for the let's wait for a couple more scans, and yeah, it got worse. Prior, there was the CC drop. There it is. It's having a whale of a time. And yeah, it got bigger. It got quite large actually. I'm curious as to. Okay, there's no residential areas right now, but the people of Washburn need to go ahead and take their precautions because there quite possibly could be an actual tornado heading off into the general vicinity of Washburn, Illinois. So you guys need to go ahead, take your precautions because this could definitely move off into your general vicinity. Whoa!
Police!
Another one?
Police! Help! Help! Police!
Once again here providing more information than the worthless channel.
Nicholas Reiser with the $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. And Double Agent with the $10 super chat. What are you doing, my friend? Sheesh.
Don't
Crazy.
tell Becca.
Yep.
Biceps.
Thank you, both of you, for the super chats. I really do appreciate it. So thank you so much. Really, wow. You guys are going crazy today, I gotta say. Correlation coefficient drop is still there. Keep in mind, this, this is really interesting. It's really interesting to say, because this thing does have characteristics to produce an actual tornado, but at the same time, it's kind of doing its own thing. Either or, make sure that you guys are actually in your safe space. Correlation coefficient luckily says that nothing's on the ground as of this moment, but either or, you guys should probably, still take your precautions as it continues to move off. Definitely towards the Washburn area, State Route 89 area, one of those things where you guys need to just continue to, watch out for a bit. Latest convective outlook came in, and now it's just a general 2% risk. Sounds about right. I mean, the risk of discrete supercells kind of just died off a bit, so. I agree with the 2%. But I also will say that if a cell does get out by its lonesome, it probably will produce. It probably will. Swallow your words. Disappointment from earlier. Just saw storms spotting some gorgeous anvil clouds from Kansas storms and Missouri storms. Oh, wow. Whoa! Why is it called a building when it's already built? I don't know. That sounds like something that I would be like thinking about like 24/7. Just be like, I'm like in that state, where I'm just like thinking late at night. I'm like staying up in bed like, hey, why is it a building if it's already built? Goes through the fourth wall and stuff like that, like, whoa, and then has like the hand of God from like Michelangelo's painting all of a sudden comes out of the sky, goes touches my head, all the knowledge goes straight to me. Yep, sounds about right. Sounds about right. It's just like, why is the sky blue? I don't know. That's the funny moment, shall we? That's so much stuff, so much chaos. When you drive on a parkway and park on the driveway. Yeah, exactly. We're under a severe thunderstorm watch. Do you seriously doubt Lawrence will get anything more than a little rain? It's how it has been the entire week. Yep, that sounds about right. Not a lot of shear to do anything, so it's just like, it is what it is. But it's having a way all the time. You're entertaining. I think we're just entertaining each other at this point. I love talking to you guys. You know, I love talking to you all, getting your opinions on weather and stuff like that. You know, so it's like, it's not the worst thing in the world. It's something that's quite fun. Something that I do enjoy. That's a shower thought right there. Oh, you're not wrong. It is something that would just be like, Blue suit makes good music. Change your mind. He does. He does. This stream is all about entertaining Nate. He thought this was weather. Changes the title to IRL. What is weather? Yo, actually, that is a great YouTube video that I can create. What is the weather? Just like a YouTube series. I can create a series called What is the Weather? And then talk about different aspects, like episode 1. Basics. I kind of like that idea. I'm not going to lie. It's something that I would definitely enjoy. And I feel like you guys would enjoy that too. EF Nate tornado confirmed in Pennsylvania. Oh boy. Take your payment now. Okay. Sounds about right. I'll put it down as your payment. The flash flood watch tonight, though. Maybe it will actually rain tonight. Oh, I do not doubt that it will rain across the board. Definitely could. He just created a new video series. Gonna like all of them. Starts getting sub bots. Starts getting like bots. Stuff like that. Boom, 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 boom. Content goes straight up into the atmosphere. I kind of like that idea, though. What is weather? And then I just start talking about different weather topics. You know, the specifics. I feel like that would be something fun for everyone, because then they would not only be able to learn stuff about, you know, the weather, but they could also, you know, have fun at the same time. They could also be able to engage in my streams a bit more. Starring the Storm Central mod team and the YT staff? Maybe. Probably the YT staff more than the Storm Central stuff. I should be the Coyote Peterson of weather. Alright, guys. Alright, guys. I'm about to enter the strike zone of the positive lightning. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Shot. Oh my god. Brandon, what's up? Welcome back. Confirmed tornado from Austin Jones on Twitter. Was that on the Illinois storm? If so, then that confirms our suspicion. Possible tornado in Bushong, Kansas. Yeah, so Kansas is what I was talking about too. I wonder where Bushong is compared to where AJ is. I'm curious. Is Bushong up here? Doesn't seem like it. What about down here? Also doesn't seem like it. Well, let's find out, shall we? Slap this into the thingamabobber. Here, let's put this in the here. I'm just gonna look over here from now on. How about the Hockey Boy and Nate show? Well, I could just name it Twist of Fate like I was always going to do. You know. Bushong, Kansas. Where is this at? Oh, it's down there. Well, that explains a lot. What are we counting down for, chat? I'm quite confused. Okay, so Bushong is somewhere down here. Well, there's Bushong. So that actually was a funnel on the storm. There actually is decent rotation on this thing, so I wouldn't be surprised. Like, you guys are crazy. Downtown Miami tornado. That's crazy. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I don't see any tornadoes per se. Any pictures? What is this? Yo! That's the thing that's the thing that we were talking about earlier. Look at that. That thing is chaos. It's roleplay time, Lamau. Did anyone check the CC of the Illinois storm? I haven't seen anything when it comes to Illinois. Illinois right now seems to kind of just be doing its own thing. I don't see a correlation coefficient drop on it yet, but it definitely has the velocities for it. So I guess we'll have to see. I guess we shall see. 68 knot delta velocity. Yeah, that's actually pretty nice. Laos, what's up? Welcome back. Tracking with this, is that fine? Everyone else is tracking, so I guess you can too. Just don't put every single little detail in. We don't need the ones like, hey, this storm is producing penny-sized hail. Cool. I mean, don't need to know. Yeah. Oh! Whoa! What the heck is this? 103.9 knot delta velocity? Chat, this thing is mental. It absolutely went mental. It's 110 miles per hour. Yo, this thing is crazy, chat. People over near Toluca and Rutland and the area near I-39, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions because this thing's starting to go mental again. I mean, crazy. Woof. I did not expect that. I'm going to be completely honest. I mean, it's just having a whale of a time. Yeah, that's crazy. New scan came in. Okay. Okay. I don't know if that's a tornado on the ground, but let's just assume that it is. For the sake of, you know, just rather being safe than sorry. Oh, there's really a lot of housing out here. There's a bunch of farms. I mean, if you know anyone that's near La Rose or Washburn or to the east of that, you might want to tell them that, there's a little thing happening over there. It did seem to spin up a little bit. That might have been an abnormality in the radar. That might have been an abnormality. Who knows? I guess I'll have to do research on it afterwards, but it seems as if the rotation has kind of died down severely. 60 knots sounds about right. Decent rotation right within that area, but I guess we'll have to see. Do a 3D? There's not a lot to see on a 3D. These things are dead. Fine, I'll show you guys the 3D. By the way, my 3D is set up a whole lot more different than David Schlotthauer's. He has it set up so that you can see practically the entire storm and all the preset, whereas for me, I have it so that I can only see the downdraft and parts of the updraft. So let's go ahead and witness the inflow notch, shall we? Because there are so many abnormalities when it comes to just throwing everything in at the same time that you can't really get an accurate description as to what else is happening. So, this right here, inflow notch. Decent inflow notch right within here. It's actually pretty interesting to take a look at now that I think about it. Because it is, it's not in a prime area to do anything, but you can kind of see how it kind of arcs a bit. That means that you have an inflow notch set up for the storm to gain strength. So that's one thing. As for the updraft, actually, you know what? Let's just take a look at the rotation moving all the way up into the cell. It is a bit tilted, not a lot of shear, so that proves correct that this all is legit. Yeah, it's just doing its own little thing, quite honestly. Nothing too big, nothing too small. Can you please make an exclamation point biceps command? Your chat wants it. Chat didn't agree with you all too much there. I would say F in the chat for Nick, but at the same time, he would just say, "Oh, they're supporting me." I don't want to create a bunch of commands. Your 3D model better than David and often graphic. Let's put it this way. David throws everything into the 3D model. Literally everything. He can't really see specifics, so when he says that he sees an updraft or a downdraft, you can't really tell by throwing in everything. So, here. I will give an example. Alright. I will give a pretty nice example. Alright. So David loves to just keep it like this, correct? This looks very familiar, right? Is this how David does it? My color table is a whole lot different, so it explains why everything's a different color, but it looks very much like this. Okay? So this is what David does. David likes to have his own little thing where it's like, oh, you can see the anvils, you can see updraft, which you can kind of see a little bit, but it's more the downdraft that you can see. The only way you'd be able to tell the updraft is you see this curl right here. The updraft is invisible, and it's keeping all of the rain up here. So the rain is being kept up by an updraft. This right here, all the precip, is the downdraft. The rain is moving down towards the surface. Whereas the rain that's being kept up in the atmosphere and it's not being shoved down, that is the updraft. You can't really see it. It doesn't have a form unless if it's on the ZDR, which is the reason why I use my slicing tool every now and then. Whereas, if you were to create a little line right here, and then this is just for tornadic wind fields, this little spike right here when it comes to the yellow. I love to have that there. And then I go to about halfway in the red. And then I go about here. And then I go about here. And there you go. Now you can see the big boy downdrafts. Actually, you know what? Let's just include all of the red. Let's just include all of the red. Because the red is nice. We gotta say, the red is nice. Whereas if you were to take a look at all the red, you can kind of see how... Actually, that is not very finite. There we go. We got it. Where you can kind of see how there's a bit of gaps and holes that can be created and stuff like that. And the heavier precip is kind of shown. Not to mention, you can see how, we'll take this as an example, you can kind of see the arcing motion here. This is an updraft right here, holding this, all the precip up. Boom. And it's the same thing for here. You can see it on this end too. Holding the precip up right there. Boom. Got an updraft. Downdraft. Obviously, the giant rain that's being dumped till kingdom come. Big downdraft. When it comes to the actual inflow notch, you can see it compared to when you have everything else, you couldn't see anything. Inflow notch right in there. I'm just explaining a point, by the way, as to why you shouldn't have literally every single thing across the board. You know? So it's just like, you can see a whole lot more, bunch more stuff. Granted, you can see the anvil, which I don't know why you would want to see the anvil, but I mean, you could. As public appeal. Do you guys like anvils and stuff like that? Because I can change my color stuff to it. What NWS Twitter am I following right now? Tornado, severe thunderstorm, SBC, my local one, I believe. I don't think I'm actually following my local one. I don't think I'm following any local ones. I think it's just those three. Something like that. There's something like that. Are storms coming to Chicago at night? Yeah, that sounds about right in my opinion. This cell seems to continue to want to have a tornado warning, but it doesn't really have any organization left. It kind of just died, more or less merged with another cell. Yeah, it merged with another cell and it killed it. So this cell is not tornadic anymore. It's just going to produce a bunch of hail. It probably could turn tornadic really soon, though. This cell over here near Manook, this is actually kind of interesting. You can definitely see the hook characteristic right within here. The inflow right within that area. Yeah, red's moving away. Gray, kind of either moving stationary or towards. We'll actually say towards and then away. Right in the middle, right within there. Yeah, definitely could be something. Let's see. Yeah, there's not really a lot that I can talk about right now because stuff kind of just didn't do anything. Well, now. I mean, so much for sustain. Well, actually, these cells are technically sustaining themselves. I mean, let's take a look at this cell again. This cell has been here for like the entire time. Large tree uprooted and fell on a house. Chaos has ensued. Okay, yeah, this thing is continuing to sustain itself because there's still rotation here. I wouldn't be surprised if it still had a tornado possible on it. And lo and behold, it doesn't. But it probably could. It's very... interesting. Not exactly what I had foreseen. I think that's just the differential in wind speeds, and it's just the radar isn't really in a good position to make it accurate. Yeah, I don't think so. Meanwhile, in Topeka, it seems as if anything and everything wants to kind of just move along. Get a bunch of action, if you know what I mean. There has been reports of some funnel clouds within these areas, and there actually seems to be some sort of an appendage on most of these cells. I wouldn't be surprised if something starts to try and develop, but this isn't really a good thing per se. The slight for the National Weather Service seems to have sustained itself. This thing has kind of been doing its own little thing. I'm quite curious. I am quite curious. I'm going to be completely honest. I want to know. What is this thing? It formed along an outflow boundary? Well, of course. Because why not? Everything wants to form along an outflow boundary. For anyone who wants to study meteorology, I know I don't have the degree yet, but in 4 years I probably will if I keep at it. Always remember, outflow boundaries basically dictate what happens in the weather. What is this? Bats? Birds? Locusts? Probably bats. I wouldn't be surprised if it was actually bats. There's something happening over there. Gotta say. Pretty cool, gotta say. Whoa! $53,000 feet. The updraft is insane. Potential water spout in Louisiana may move on land. For real? Again? Let's take a look for ourselves. I need to know. Oh my goodness, there's so many. I don't see a water spout yet. Could potentially do that along the ways, but as for right now, it's having a whale of a time. Nothing really much. Yeah, there's still the tornado warning. It's just not really doing anything. You know what? I've got an idea, chat. Welcome to today's weather forecast. We've got some tornadic potential over in Illinois. Nothing really too much though. It does seem to be pretty trash. But you can't really complain because nothing was really supposed to happen anyways. Or at least according to the latest simulation. Nothing really too much after that though. I mean, I guess we will have to see if chaos will ensue. I do want to fix this. There we go. We got it. It seems as if everything is kind of just functioning on itself. But you know what? These cells will continue to do its own thing. The police! They're after me! Ah! 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 Ah!
Police! Police!
What?
Police! Help! Police!
What in the world?
Help! Police! Help! Help!
I'm very confused.
Police!
I know underage, but Corona is for everyone.
I am very, very confused. But you know what? It seems as if everything seems to have a purpose. Well, anyways, let's continue on looking at other stuff. It seems as if Topeka, Kansas is kind of the pinnacle of all development right now. But you know what? Who knows? I guess we'll continue to try and see what all happens. Well, let's continue. There has been some reports of some hail sizes over 1 3/4 in multiple areas. So these cells have a history of producing a lot of rotation. Not even rotation, just hail. I'm very curious to see what the updrafts look like on this one. And it looks like that someone literally just dumped an egg all over my thing. Whoa! We've had a report of a funnel cloud extending downward from a wall cloud. I didn't know that could happen, chat. This is very confusing for a sloth. But you know what? Let's continue to function. So we had the funnel cloud here. I'm assuming that something along the lines decided to attempt to form. I don't even know when. According to my watch, it said about 15 minutes ago. So let's go ahead and try and figure out when it did. Unfortunately, as a sloth, you have some seeing issues. You can't really see all the stuff. So you know what? I guess we'll have to see as it continues to function. There is the rotation. We found it. Who knows?
Did you allergy meds?
Ah! They're after me! Ah!
How is this?
Ah!
Is this your weather channel?
Ah! Help!
You're an idiot.
They're after me! He said no one can until I took off the mask.
Help! Police!
10 out of 10, greatest Dark Knight Rises quotes ever.
Help! Police!
Number
I
one
like it.
cared who
I
I
like
was
it
till
a lot.
I took off the mask.
Civil danger warning in effect until further notice for the entire Hockey Boy and Nate community. 10 out of 10. I do agree with that. Ah! It's back! Ah! Ah! Police! Ah!
Police!
Did you duplicate that?
Police! Help! Police!
Did you duplicate that?
Police! Help!
Donated twice, you want your $2 back. You can refund, you know.
Number one cared who
Hope
I
you
was
know
till I
that.
took off the
You
mask.
can definitely refund. Who knows what will happen? But you know what? We're gonna eventually try and continue with chaos. So let's continue to take a look and see what is happening. Seems as if Kansas seems to be out of the risk as of right now. I do think that it is having a whale of a time. We seem to be having some doodle arts over in Missouri. Very resourceful. Granted, it's a flash flood warning. It does kind of look like a doodle art. Maybe even some sort of fish. You draw some eyes, maybe a little mouth, a little fin. Yeah, it's definitely a fish. I agree. Anyways, let's take a look over at Oklahoma because this cell continues to try and do things. We don't dance until the end of the stream. That's the rule. And it's not the end of the stream yet. So we're just functioning based off of sheer will. Anyways. We'll try and function in future times. Whoa, what happened? You don't care about the refund. What? I'm very confused. What happened? What did you just walk into? I don't know myself. Myself as a sloth doesn't even know. Anyways, we're looking back at the tornado warning again. Even though this thing isn't gonna do anything. I'm pretty sure chaos isn't soon. Thank you for the sloth meme. Yeah, the sloth meme is nice. Anyways. It just died, chat. I killed it. I stared at it for the second time and I killed it. The power in my hands. The power deep in my mind. I killed the tornado warning. And I made it so that everyone could be safe again. I will protect this city. I will protect it from future events. Life is good, chat. Life is good. Well, anyways, let's continue to take a look and see what more I could purge from these lands. Let's just see what all happens eventually. Check storm south of Cedar Rapids. Cedar Rapids. Wait a second. Cedar Rapids. That's Grand Rapids. I knew it was some sort of rapids. Cedar Rapids specifically is not within my actual... I may sound like a pleb, but you know what? We'll figure it out anyways. I can't see. Cedar Rapids. Where is this at? Iowa. Very confused. Oh, it's near Davenport. Well, duh. Aren't I an idiot? Oh, this cell seems to be having a whale of a time. I gotta say. It looks like a shrimp, to be honest. And that's something that I eat. I will eat the shrimp and put it down for good. But with that being said, this boy is finished. He's having a whale of a time, though. I gotta say, got a nice little inflow notch. If we can actually start wrapping up, we could definitely try and do something. The sloth watch has been issued. Yep, it definitely has. I guess we'll have to see what all happens. Yeah, it seems as if this cell's pretty dead. Let's take a look at the other ones. There still was that funnel cloud over in Kansas. But who knows? To a wildlife charity stream. I am the wildlife. I am the wildlife. I'm having a whale of a time. We apparently had a brief touchdown in Kansas. Let's ask him where at. Because AJ seems to be having a whale of a time. Boom. I can't see anything. This is really difficult for me to function. Oh my God! Help! Asking you shall receive, chat. I shall bring in the man, the myth, the legend himself. Alright. I gotta switch it over to the chat so y'all can
Get her dad on stream. I want to see Daddy Sloth or I won't donate anymore.
Father, you've been requested. You've been requested. Get out. I'll throw you $5 here. You've been requested. They want him on the stream. He's became a fan favorite after what he's been told. Okay. He's attempting to get out of his chair. When I mean chair, I mean the bed. Because it is pretty comfortable. In the sloth we trust, yes, indeed. We'll get some sloth memes in here. You've been requested.
To do what?
Take a seat.
I don't do online. Yes. Hello. What can I do for you?
It's all the people that are talking over there. They're having a whale of time. Anyways, just talk about the weather for a little bit.
The weather.
Here. There we go. Now you can talk about the weather.
It's hot outside in places. See that red there? That means it's bad. And that green over there is probably wet. Then I don't even know what state this is. Looks like to me.
It's a place called Topeka.
Oh, Kansas, huh? Okay. Well, Kansas is flat, so there's more susceptible to tornadoes because if you run them into a mountain, they break up. It's elementary weather there, folks. I'd like to take an informal poll now. Let's see. How many of you have your own home? And then how many of you rent? And then how many of you are just slugs like Hockey Boy? Just trying to get his core audience here.
My audience is a wide variety.
I see that. And they take you seriously?
When stuff happens, yeah, they do. Today, we're just having a whale of time.
You're just having fun. Well, as I said, I hope you guys enjoy yourselves. Weather is neat. As I've said, the best way to figure out the weather is look for a window and open it. You usually can find out what's going on. That is your core tip for the day. Thank you.
You heard it here first, folks. All you have to do is open a window. And things will come. Well, anyways, we seem to be having a whale of a time here. Let's continue to discuss matters. Let's see. There's a lot of rain everywhere. There's some hail. Could be better, could be worse. A lot of wind. No tornadoes. I mean, who knows? We may need to function. There's nothing really much more to say besides it's kind of raining. It's raining everywhere. It's doing its own little thing. Did I eat the sloth? Maybe. I don't know. I do have its carcass on my bed. I did beat it. I became the Shark Lord after defeating the sloth for a little bit. I mean, I guess we'll have to see. But it is what it is, brothers. It is what it is. Near Nortonville. Okay, we had a report of a brief touchdown near Nortonville. I don't know where that is. There it is. There's Nortonville. Apparently there was a tornado here. Probably that storm. Guess we'll have to see. But until now, she seems to be having a whale of a time. That indeed. Not really much. I'm gonna resort to my own form. Yeet. Alright. Well, I don't know what happened there. Kind of blacked out for a little bit, I'm gonna be completely honest. But, you know what? I guess we'll have to figure it out. I'll have to look back at the stream, see what actually happened. Because I don't know for myself. But, you know what? Imagine just joining into this. You see, I didn't even know what happened. I've just been kind of... I kind of blacked out for a little bit. I'd have to see what all happened. Wait, where is this? This is in Kansas, I believe. Yeah, this is Topeka. Yeah, last time I was talking it was in Kansas. Shark warning has been canceled, died out. What do you mean? Stewie Griffin, I'll see you later. See you later. Thanks for coming out to the stream. Grab a water, Nate? I don't need water. I'm not thirsty right now. Very interesting, though. This has signs of rotation near Bushong. So that's really cool. You're so glad you donated. What do you mean you donated? Oh, it does say you did donate. 8 minutes ago. Guess that was when I blacked out. See, look what you did. Whenever the donation happens, it just kind of just... I told you, no donating. I don't need it. And then you did. And then something happened. Not blaming it on you or anything, but it did happen. So it's just like, well, not a good idea anymore. Yeah, these cells continue to try and like be linear, so it's just having a whale of a time, quite honestly. Possible weak rotation and storm in the Illinois-Indiana border. Let's take a look at that for myself. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Turn up look. Reading Rainbow. Oh. These storms? Ooh, yeah, there's a little bit of rotation near moments. Yeah, that definitely could be something. I did say that this entire line could potentially be tornadic. Did say that. I remember that much. Frog Mask 2020? I don't have a mask. I have a Bane mask. Do I still have that? Here it is. Yeah, there's my Bane mask. Doesn't really fit my head anymore. But Bane, the Dark Knight series was like pretty, like I love that series. So I was just like, hey, pretty nice. Petition to make Nate buy a frog mask. All in favor of type frog. What? If I run the store, we'll be back to instigate more shenanigans. Alright, see ya. See ya in a bit. As I look at Streamlabs, because the chat's not updating, literally it's just been like, oh, I fixed it. Haha! I don't need that anymore. I feel so much better now. I fixed chat. So now I can take a look on the side. I feel a whole lot better. Ditto? What do you mean ditto? So many people want me to buy a frog mask. I don't know why. I don't know why. Baby cell? People are saying that there's a baby cell in Oklahoma. Blacked out or became a different species? No. I got no clue. The heck of spank. Seems legit. Saw the chat moved? Yep, it's having a whale of a time. I fixed chat, so now it's doing its own little thing. I should rap for you all? No. Let's put it in perspective. I'm white. I know my role. People who act based off of another culture do it a whole lot better than I do. Dark Knight series, yeah, I love it. Freestyle rap for us? No! Love of God, people! Not rapping. I've got no bars whatsoever. No bars. Struggle bars. People are saying the bush on Kansas is on the ground. Hecos, not Pecos? Yeah, true. True. Oh my god! Why? I saw another account named Hecos Pank the other day. God, so many people want me to rap. You guys are mental. Might do it later. I gotta think about some bars because I can't think of it off the top of my head. Too busy focusing on this. Welcome back, Beckelin. Welcome back. Can you check on that previously tornado warned storm in Illinois? Strong rotation again. Yeah, indeed, I sure can. Seems to be another tornado warning. That's my favorite rap song. There's a bunch of them, but it just depends upon how I'm feeling. There's a couple of rap songs that I like. I'm gonna check this, and then I'm gonna check the tornado warning. Yep, it seems to be rotations across the board. So north of Flanagan, near Cornell, Pontiac, those areas seem to be the worst areas. Moments also same area. Tornado warning for Lyon and Wabanusee counties in Kansas. This will be in effect until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The velocities, as I said, this is for the same storm that I was talking about earlier, and I was actually looking for. It seems to be relatively interesting, especially with the fact that the greens are moving towards the radar, the kind of darker reds are moving away, and right in the middle is where the rotation would be. If I were to take a look at the correlation coefficient, it does seem as if there could quite possibly be something there, but if I were to outline the inflow notch for you all, just to see as to whether or not this thing is on the ground, it does seem as if this thing is not currently on the ground at the moment, but it is trying to reorganize itself. So definitely one of those things where the people just north of Bushong and Allen, north of US 56, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions, and then eventually State Route 99 need to go ahead and do so as well. Not really a lot of populace around in the box, but good. The good news is that it definitely is there. Well, the good news is that there isn't really a lot of people there, but there's still some sort of potential as it continues to move off. So it's very difficult, in my opinion, to determine as to whether or not it could sustain. And the reason why I'm saying that is because there really isn't a lot of I mean, that's kind of typical now that I think about it. The updraft is typically out in front of the cell, but the only issue is is that there's no updraft near the hook. If I were to go to the ZDR again, there kind of is, but it's not where it should be. Which is really interesting in my opinion. So it's telling me that this is surface-based rotation. So it's gonna do anything. Apparently you missed Nate in the sloth head. What? I was on a sloth head? Chat, I think you all need to get drug tested. It's not healthy to be doing that stuff. Spectrum Width actually has something interesting right along that area too. The hail seems to be relatively large in that area too. Maximum expected hail size of about 1 inch. So it seems to be doing its own little thing. Another tornado warning. This is going to be for Morris County, and that is also going to be in effect until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The velocities here show, or actually, let's go to the reflectivity. Shows a bit of a corkscrew type little hook here, a little appendage along the side. The inflow notch kind of seeping in right in the middle where those two arrows meet is where the rotations would be. Let's go over to the base velocity here. The green's moving towards, the red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. So as that kind of heads off to the general vicinity of US 56, just to the south and east of Council Grove, people over there need to go ahead and take their precautions. There also has been reports of hail up to 1.5 inches along that area. And there isn't really, as I take a look at the correlation coefficient, nothing really too concerning about this when it comes to it being on the ground. If I switch this back, you can kind of see that it is a part of the inflow notch itself. So it's nothing really too much that could be doing tornadic-wise, but more of a precaution. Nevertheless, I do think people should go ahead and take their precautions. I wonder why this was warned. If this was radar indicated, okay, that makes sense. So the possibility of it to continue to intensify into a possible tornado was definitely on the minds of the National Weather Service in Topeka. So people along US 56 just to the east of Council Grove, you guys will be experiencing these conditions in about 15 minutes. So you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. Either get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a closet or a bathroom with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the actual tornado as possible. Because you have about 15 minutes, you guys might want to take other precautions, like getting pillows, getting shoes on, putting on protective gear, stuff like that, so you can continue to build as many walls between yourself and the impending danger as possible. So it's one of those things where you guys need to go ahead and definitely take your precautions. Ready to get harassed tomorrow? Maybe. Quite possibly. I still gotta figure out if I can fit it in my time schedule, but yeah, that's definitely the possibility of us meeting together. I'm just trying to like fix some stuff in my time schedule. Fix some stuff like that. That's the plan. So yep, this storm still definitely has a hook. Still has an inflow notch right within that area. It's one of those things where this thing could continue to sustain itself as it moves off to the north and east, eventually towards the Eskridge area, as well as people along State Route 99. So, where is this at? This is just to the south and west of Topeka. This is just to the west of I-335, near the Council Grove and the Bushong area. So you guys, just for a reference. So Topeka, Kansas, south and west of that, near the Council Grove, the Bushong, paralleling I-335. So, just for reference of the new people who did join into the stream, we have tornado warnings for Lyon and Wabanusee counties, and then we have another one for Morris County. Both of these will be in effect until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The one in Lyon and Wabanusee County, the rotation is decent right along that area, just to the north of Bushong. There has been reports of funnel clouds along that area. Now, whether or not it is relevant to the current situation, and what I mean by that is if this was related to the actual storm that we're talking about, it is unknown at this time. I am going to guess that it isn't. Probably was relevant with the Eskridge storm that currently has a TBS right now. However, I do believe that is false. But people around that area, north of Bushong, north of Allen, you guys need to go ahead and still take your precautions. You can kind of see The green's moving towards the radar. The red's moving away. This is, by the way, measuring the winds. So the wind's moving towards, so that's green. The reds are moving away. That means the winds are moving away from the radar. And right in the middle, the closest where they kind of touch at its strongest is where the potential rotation is. So as I take a look at the correlation coefficient, it does seem as if that isn't on the ground right now. And how I can determine that is by going to the base reflectivity, circling the inflow notch, and just give me a second as I draw it up for you all. And then going back over here, anything that's within this kind of makeshift circle is where the inflow notch is. And there really isn't anything that's outside of the circle, specifically in this general vicinity where the rotation is. So nothing really too prominent when it comes to the actual rotation. But definitely something where we are going to want to take precaution. And just assume that this could be quite possibly on the ground and you need to go ahead and get into your safe space. The other one for Morris County, the rotation has kind of fizzed out a bit. I guess it was a bit more of a precautionary on the National Weather Service side. They saw that there was an intensifying rotation just to the south of Council Grove. But as we continue to watch, I'm going to ask that everyone watches this little kink in the line, this abnormality, I should say. It kind of dies out relatively quickly. And as a matter of fact, there isn't a single trace of a rotation right within that area near Council Grove. But not, with that being said, something could form along the line again. So people near Council Grove, as I said, you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. This rotation is actually moving a lot quicker than expected. Probably within the next 5 minutes, stuff like that will impact your general vicinity. Michigan going to get hit bad? In my honest opinion, I don't think so. I told my friend who was in Michigan that it wasn't really going to be all too bad tonight, and I I still stand by that. Let's see. Why is everyone still talking about the sloth? Brief tornado confirmed on the storm a little bit ago. Okay, so this thing has kind of been confirmed. It's very, I mean, I guess we'll have to see. Typically they would go pink and stuff like that, but I haven't really seen anything to where it's been confirmed. You've been doing good here, buddy. Get to 2K. Yep. We can only hope. We can only hope. Oh, this is Pizza Hut. Seems legit. Melon-sized hail. What? What do you mean? Yep. So it just seems as if everything's just kind of functioning on its own. I do want to take a look at the other cells to the north. We do have a chaser that is in this general vicinity. Probably, I believe he was over at near Effingham. So, whether or not he sees something, I guess we would have to see. But honestly, I don't believe that anything is happening up here, and that he would actually have to go down south towards Topeka again. Will Kansas City get high wind tonight? Not like extremely high winds, but they'll get some gusty winds around that general vicinity. But yeah, we do have a chaser up here. He is looking at some of these cells just off of a radar presentation. It does seem as if these storms are a bit weaker than the ones down to the south and west of Topeka, but otherwise, we still have him out there, so he's just going to basically tell us what all he can see. What is the biggest hail ever? 9.3 inches in Argentina. It's not an official number because it was ranged between 8 inches and 9.3. However, Penn State did conduct a study that just recently got published that there was a hail size that could quite possibly go up to 9.3 inch size hail, and actually took a picture. They actually took a picture of it, so it's really interesting. How come Lawrence isn't in a tornado watch? At least according to NWS for Lawrence Municipal Airport. What? Is there even a tornado watch today at all? If it's just a bunch of, it's a bunch of severe thunderstorm watches. Yeah, it's mainly because discrete cells couldn't really form out in front of the boundary, so nothing really could form and sustain. I mean, they could sustain, but they just didn't really form. There wasn't really a lot of forcing to create discrete cells out in front of it. So it's just doing its own little thing. Yes, Rias Gremory is the best waifu. My friend, who's hopefully still in the chat, can concur that that is there. Which, by the way, You know who you are. Person is in the chat. He said that whenever you watch the stream, you'll try and look out for the person. Yeah, there it is. In the chat. Yeah. Welcome back, Nicholas. Welcome back. I don't see really anything when it comes to tornadic potential for these other storms in Illinois. Imagine if Reed Timmer was Vivian. Maybe. It's my personal account, homie. Lamau. That sounds about right. As there a funnel cloud, there's no rotation because everything is different when it comes to the surface. The radar can't see everything. I feel like most people forget that. I'm gonna be completely honest. What the hell? What people are intermingling in my chat? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Time out. Where's this at? I was trying to look at what all was happening in Illinois, but it seems as if everything has just kind of died out over there. So we're just going to take a look back at Kansas, where the 2 tornado warnings are. I was going to try and see what all is happening, but you know what? It is what it is. Seems as if Becca is a fan favorite. We've got a bunch of fan favorites here on the channel. We have AJ. We have my father. We have Becca. We have Biceps. Bunch of people around. Having a whale of a time, quite honestly. Oh, seems legit. Get some M&M. Pop all me little joints. Indeed, indeed. Pizza Hut is pretty good, I gotta say. I mean, it's greasy, but it's pretty good. I mean, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? I'm a boomer? What? Police is coming. Seems legit. I'm a boomer? What? I don't even know why. I believe he can admit that he's a boomer.
Police!
I don't think there's. I think people try and.
Police! Help! Help!
The best way for the boomers to just like come back.
Tell Papa
They're just,
N8
like,
he's a
they don't
boomer.
really care if they're called boomers. They're like just there. You are definitely not my father. My father does not have a YouTube account. I'm like more than positive that he doesn't. Let's see. Domino's, anyone? Domino's is pretty good. Domino's, Pizza Hut, Little Caesars are probably like the trifecta of pizza joints. Papa John's is okay. Papa John's is sweet. It just really depends, honestly. It really depends upon your taste. You want to deal with the sweetness of pizza? Do you want to deal with other stuff? Who knows? It is what it is. It's not showing the donation. What do you mean? A large bra moment. This thing's rotating? Yeah, a bunch of this stuff is rotating. Now, it does seem to be a bit more linear than I expected. Pizza is the best of all of those choices. I mean, yeah, true. Oh, you said Pizza Hut. Okay. Domino's is the best pizza. I feel like we need to start like an actual debate. You know, we need to have representatives from Pizza Hut And then we need to have representatives from Domino's. And then we need to have representatives from Little Caesars. And then representatives from Papa John's, you know? And we all just like take turns just like why pizza is good for everything. If I ever gotten a New York pizza, yeah, New York pizza's pretty good, but I'm talking about like big companies, stuff like that. Whoa! I had to read that for a second. I'm like, what the hell, brother? You should use your donations to buy pizza. Honestly, not a bad idea. Okay, someone mentioned Terrell Suggs, and I was like, whoa. First off, Suggs was the Team 5. Mm-hmm. Oh, wait a second, it's Jazz! Jazz, witness in the chat that there is literally someone named Rias Gremory. Witness. Bear witness to the almighty power. I was like, wait a second. Jacksonville's going to beat... Which, by the way, Jazz. Jacksonville comes to Baltimore this year. You want to go to the game? If you want to go, then lit. By the way, Jacksonville kind of is like tanking this year on purpose, so I'm not going to bully your team or anything. Yes, I know it took me so long, but you know, I was just like, wasn't exactly thinking. We going? Yes. All right, we going. I love that idea. 10 out of 10, best idea in the world. Takashi69. What? Use your donations to buy more radios? Negative. I only have one, and this is all I will ever need. This thing right here. If I need to go storm chasing, it'll go... The most annoying noise. Y'all can stay mad. I'm not mad, Takashi. I'm not mad. I don't really care. As long as you didn't do me wrong, I'm fine. I find it very funny that someone actually found you taking a picture in the bed. You have famous rappers in my chat. Yeah, I had Storm Chasers, and then I had Donald Trump, and then we went to Tekashi69. Lit. Well, we're getting there, chat. Myself and my 1,440 some channel. How many subscribers do we have? Which brings me to the point in the stream where I have to say to all the people who have liked, subscribed, commented, shared, all this stuff to help my channel out. Just want to tell you all thank you. You notice how I haven't really been talking a lot about, you know, self-promoting and stuff like that. I just don't really like, you know, saying that all too much. Feels like it gets repetitive. So I'd rather thank people than not. Let's see. 1,447 subscribers. I like it. Better thank me 20 times over. I probably will. Jazz times 20. No. I gotta do it legit. Thank you, Jazz. And then I gotta say it like timed spaces. Thank you, Jazz. Thank you, Jazz. Thank you, Jazz. You see, I've already lost count. Look what happened to myself in quarantine. Literally been scrambled by my brain. Barack Obama. What type of chat do you have here? As the President of the United States, I think you all need to go ahead and go home. I'm just kidding. Stay in your shelters, though. I gotta say, these storms seem to be quite intimidating. How about Kodak Black? Kodak Black's pretty nice, I gotta say. You can even ask Jazz. I listen to my Kodak. Kodak's quite nice. You're a better president? I've got no comment. I feel like presidents... I don't know. No, thank you. I'm very confused as to the context of this donation. Nicholas, I will say,
Police! Help!
why the hell are you throwing money at me?
Police!
No,
You make a
thank
good
you.
president. Oh. Don't shoot yourself whenever I make 2,000 subscribers. Don't do that. Mr. Scheduler Man is no boomer. I don't believe he is a boomer. He came on the stream earlier, though. It's quite funny. I know that for a fact. And then I blacked out again. I'm gonna argue with your 500,000 watch and... Yeah. They're pretty nice. When are you getting a superhero weather forecaster name? I don't know. I don't know. I've got a bunch of stuff that I want to do with my channel. Nothing's really... Let's put it this way. Quality is going to go up relatively soon. Went from talking about rap to pizza and then presidents. Yeah, I don't even know. This stream has just decided to hit the fan. What quarantine does to people. There we go. Finally got my hair out. Hurt my hair for a bit. Let's see. See you later, Stewie. See you later. This chat is wild. Yeah, you're telling me. We're just talking about all sorts of stuff. Yeah, I forgot frogs and sloths. Seems legit. He already has one. Jet engine. Oh my god. Seems legit. Oh boy. Goodness gracious. This chat has decided to turn chaotic. Not that it's a bad thing, because, you know, we typically do that. Is there Mr. Barack Obama? Yep, he's having a whale of a time in the chat. I'm not sure if it's the real one or the fake one, but he's having a whale of a time. Gotta see. Does all these people think are fake? Pecos? I had the real Pecos Hank in here. I've seen. Honestly can't wait. After the stream, probably going to be the time in which I just decide to sit around and say, hey, I'm going to watch anime. Because that's what I've been doing for the past 2 weeks. Alright, let's see what's been happening here. As of 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, they issued it an hour early. Is it heading east? Yeah, it is heading east. It's actually heading northeast, but there's going to be more storms that are developing along the side. So it's just like going wave after wave, wave after wave. It's coming through. Alright, let's take a look at this cell. This area of development, Invest 90L. Regardless of the development, disturbance will continue to bring heavy rainfall to portions of the Florida Keys. Hurricane Hunter is scheduled to investigate the system tomorrow, if necessary. Tropical Outlook, 9 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Friday. Lamau. We got put down. Free tickets for this chat concert at August. Oh boy. Make Minute Maid your theme song. It is you. Okay, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. It is me. It is 100% me. But do I want to get copyrighted now since I have monetization on YouTube and I actually get paid? Not really. Yeah, Nicholas was quick to act. He's like, okay, you can make fun of me. You can make fun of Nate. But Becca, no. Don't make fun of her. Not a simp. He's not a simp because Becca is a respected member of the server. I don't know. What in the world? What is this chaos? Had to clear that up, Lamau. Yo, mods, put it down. Put it down. Put it down. That's not a good thing to have in chat. No. Change your username. Be great. You predict Cat 2 on that storm? Well, the NAM typically does. The NAM loves to make it go mental. Slight risk and effects, including scattered severe wind gusts, spotty hail, possibly a brief tornado. Yeah, indeed. By the way, Jazz, this is the one that I'm watching. I've just finished the first season of the Asterisk War. I'm watching the second season, but it's a pretty good anime. I like it. Honestly, pretty good. I also just watched an anime. Have you ever watched an anime where it's literally just like hentai? Like, but you wanted to see you need some of that balance where like the story needs to kind of be there too. Yeah, there was basically barely any story, and if it had more story, it probably would have been a better anime. It probably would have been almost, it would have been pretty good, alright. But it decided not to, and for that reason it kind of just like died out. And it was very, yeah, where's the plot? There wasn't one. That's the point. The first 2 episodes were literally, oh, I've got to protect you because you're like this princess of, you know, of the demon realm or whatever. I'm this demon lord's daughter or something like that. But then it eventually just kind of like died out. And it wasn't like, it wasn't a story anymore. It was just, oh, I've got a pact. I now have to make you feel good. And I'll leave that in quotation marks for everyone's imagination to take root. But, like, it was like, oh, I got to make you feel good in order for the pact to be resolved. And literally, it was just that for, like, every single episode after the first 3. And I was just like, I need some story, please. Because after a while, we're getting demonetized. Because this is true facts right here, alright? I needed to see less titty and more story. So, please, love of God. That's true facts right there. Because you need to balance. You need the balance. If there's just too much, then it's just, what am I doing watching 24 episodes of just that? I'm okay with, you know, oh, I'm sorry, you know, just like slips, but if it's every single episode, there's no point. There's honestly like no point. Oh God. Hello? Very confused. How do? Sir? Sir? I don't know what's going on. You seem to be kind of boofing me here. Well, I did it anyways, so it doesn't really matter. Anyways. The point being is that there needs to be a balance. There needs to. If you don't have that balance, it offsets the entire thing, and you're like, what's the point? No, because I don't really care at this point. I've already been demonetized. You can kind of agree with me though, correct?
No, I 100% agree with you. Like that's why I think you class match.
Yeah.
There's just some, like, have you watched anything with Strata?
Mm-hmm.
Almost no class match.
Yeah.
Kind of fell flat.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you.
Now I've got a financial advisor now. This is great. So that's what you're going into. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna mute the stream for a little bit. Just well, now you know what I have to deal with. But hey, I mean, it is what it is.
Also, yeah, one time I'm a pedophile guy, so like, chat can go to it.
Yeah, that's true. Anyways. Yep, go back to chat.
Okay, love you, homie. Make sure you keep chat.
Mm-hmm, indeed. See, this is the type of, you know, friendship slash relationship slash whatever I have with my friend Jazz. Yo! What? Tornado. Apparently this was reported from back in the day, so that's kind of interesting there. But well, anyways, seems to be having a wild time. Louisiana's bad weather right now. Louisiana's getting flooded. I gotta say, it's already a swamp, but it's becoming more of a swamp. What? Chat? What? Storm Prediction Center, explain yourselves. This is a professional website. And, what the hell? Have they've if it's a glitch, then lately they've been dealing with a bunch of glitches. Because they had the 2% chance for tornadoes literally across the mid-Atlantic all the way up into the Northeast. She got shipped? Seems legit. Nate versus SPC. I don't know. I kind of want to save this image just to like have it on deck. This will be called Mezzo. What the? There we go. This is a rare sighting. Yes, indeed. It is quite strange. Quite a surprise, but a welcomed one. What in the world is happening here? Yo, is this a new tornado warning, chat? Can any of you all in... This is a new tornado warning. Tornado warning for Lyon County in Kansas. And this will be in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The velocities are going absolutely mental at the moment. I'm going to be completely honest. I do want to take a storm motion for warning. Take a look. Yeah, the winds seem to be kind of just doing their own thing. The reflectivity shows classic hook feature right within here. The inflow notch quite visible here on presentation. This should be crossing over the 335, the I-335 area as it continues to move off to the east. The rotation isn't quite set in stone. Bit linear in my honest opinion, but if it decides to wrap around a bit, then it could definitely do something as that continues to move off to the east. So yeah, people near Admire around the State Route 99 area, the junction of State Route 99 and 170 heading towards either Reading or Reading. You guys need to go ahead and take your precautions. Get into your safe space, which would either mean get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a closet or a bathroom with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the actual tornado as possible. The timing for this cell will be that it'll be crossing over Interstate I-35. Yeah, see, I said I-335, I should say, in about 20 minutes. So people over there, just for just reference when it comes to geography, that's when the actual tornadic rotation will be crossing over that general vicinity. Then it'll be passing just to the south of Reading in about 45 minutes. Be due south of Reading in about 45 minutes. Due east of Reading in about 25. So it's one of those things where you guys need to go ahead and take your precautions as this continues to move off to the south and east. Let's see. I mean, that's pretty much it with that. ZDR profile doesn't really show a lot of updraft within that general vicinity. I mean, there could quite possibly be something, but I don't see anything of interest. So, there is a really interesting inflow boundary, or outflow boundary, so it's having a whale of a time. Greg Forbes is the GOAT. Greg Forbes is the bloody legend. Why do you sound like Greg Forbes now? Let's put it this way. I derived my personality based off of him. He's the big inspiration as to how I talk when it comes to this severe weather analysis. So you can kind of see how I take my analysis off of him. I feel like some severe weather analysts take too much time describing everything. They're just like, oh, well, the rotation's going to be heading off generally into the I-335 area. It'll be going south of Admire, and we got a new scan with rotation. You know, like, people don't have time for you to sit there and mope about what all is happening. You know, like, speed it up a little bit. You know, just be like, tornado warning for Lyon County in Kansas, and that'll be in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The velocities show that you have the oranges and the reds moving away from the radar. Those are the winds, by the way. The greens and blues moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation would be. If we were to take a look at the reflectivity, you can kind of see that the hook has that characteristic feature of a supercell on there. So you can see the downdraft being pulled in. You got the inflow, not really too clear, but we do have these little spikes that measure, that tell me that the actual inflow is rather rapid, meaning that this thing is continuously sucking in more and more energy that it can get, so it can intensify and quite possibly turn into a relatively tornadic supercell. And we can kind of see how the velocities have kind of turned in a bit more of this curling feature, as you can kind of see. So right in the middle, where those two arrows that I just drew would be where the rotation is. The correlation coefficient doesn't really show as much. If I were to circle where the area of rotation would be again, I'd have to see if there is a debris ball right within there, and I don't really see anything of interest in my honest opinion. Debris ball would have a bit more of a characteristic to where it would be a bit more confined and not as widespread, and have a little bit lower of a correlation coefficient. So honestly, I do not believe that this is currently on the ground, but people over near I-335, as well as the State Route 99 area and the State Route 170 area, you guys definitely have something that is going to be quite possibly tornadic heading your way. Boom. Exactly how I feel like stuff should be put out. Literally all that entire time, just boom, 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 boom. Information. Kind of see what I mean? You guys telling him to show the rap? How about we show the rap in sounding analysis? What does the satellite data tell me is what's happening? A 59% chance for tornadoes. Storm relative helicity at 0 to 1 kilometers is 214. Eastbound shear at 31.4 knots. Mixed layer cape 2,911 joules per kilogram. With mixed layer capping inversion at 13. Oh boy. Wet bulb at 9.7. Oh boy. Very interesting. This is very interesting. Oh, let's see. Is that a CC drop? I don't... Ooh. Good catch, Jessica. Good catch. That is indeed a CC drop. Whether or not the tornado is currently on the ground, that is currently unknown to me, but let's just treat it as if it is on the ground. The velocities show relatively strong signatures, and there is the observed tag. I wonder, this is radar confirmed now, so this is indeed on the ground as of this moment. It just decided to produce as it wrapped in the outflow a bit more. You can kind of see that on how the velocities kind of rotated a bit more and created a more jutting motion. So it's one of those things where people are going to need to go ahead and take your precautions. As I said, this would be heading off to the I-335 area. Now, not as much as 15 minutes, probably a little bit earlier, a lot closer, probably around the 10-minute region. So people over there need to go ahead and take their precautions, because this thing could quite possibly still be on the ground with a delta velocity of around 61 knots. So it's one of those things where don't take the risk. Rather have you safe than sorry. Get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a closet or a bathroom with no windows, or if you have a basement, please get into that. Get into a sturdy building. If you are in an RV or a mobile home, I'm pretty sure people would be more than happy to accept you during this time of need. So, and then if not, well then try and find another place. That's the best thing that I can tell you. Yeah, this is really interesting. What's interesting here is that there isn't really a lot. I wonder if this next scan will tell me anything. I'm curious. If it updates again, then I guess we'll have to see. Update? Negative. We don't have another update yet. So it's just kind of one of those things where all we can talk about really is what all is happening within this general vicinity. Let's take a 3D image. Look over at Emporia, Kansas. I will take a look at that within the next couple of seconds. Lawrence, by the way, I don't know specifically as to where Lawrence is, but I'm just going to assume that they are within the risk and that they need to go ahead and just probably take shelter. Just monitor the weather. You can see the inflow notch. Inflow notch very prevalent on the 3D analysis. You can kind of see how. Here, let's make it so that it's more that room. So you can kind of see how the dark area represents the shadows. So there is kind of this like hanging part of the rain here. That is an updraft and a half right there, chat. It's holding up all the rain within that specific area and then dumping it afterwards. The downdraft definitely prevalent right here. The updraft, which is quite invisible. You can just imagine a force that's pushing the rain up and holding it in place. So we have the inflow notch right within that area, the updraft right within here, downdraft within here that's producing all the different kinds of cooling right within that area. So one of those things where definitely something that no one needs to take lightly. This storm is definitely a bit of a chunky boy, if I do say so myself. Emporia, Kansas. Let's take a look at where Emporia is. Be back on later for a stream, hopefully. Okay. I don't know how long I'll be streaming for, but you know, however long you can join, that'd be great. Emporia is 3:35. Emporia is down here. So Emporia right now is kind of in the clear, but you guys are going to be getting some gusty winds and possibly some large hail eventually. I'd say within the next hour and a half, something like that. So one of those things where I'd just continue to monitor the weather. But Emporia does seem to be a bit out of the risk, or at least the tornado risk as of this moment. Ice cream truck is outside, seems legit. It sounds like something in California. Practice social distancing. Ice cream truck comes around. It's quite funny. New scan came in. I do not see. Might have been a brief touchdown in my honest opinion. But other than that, I don't see it on the ground right now. The velocity showed that the rotation is very linear, almost as if it's gusting out. So, one of those things where it's very hard to tell as to whether or not it is still there when it comes to the tornadic rotation, but it doesn't seem as if it's doing anything. Lamau. Now we're just quoting a bunch of songs, hip-hop songs in general. One who might be able to go in on purchase. I'll answer that in a bit. Interesting. Yeah, nothing right now is really happening with this storm, but it's not like we can't really do all too much. What about heavy metal? Yeah, I mean, you probably could. Seems legit. Oh boy. Great song for subscribers. Hippity hoppity. Your quote is now my property. Ah. Let's see what you did there. Weather Pyongyang seems legit. What? Weather for Pyongyang, and then it said weather for Missouri. What? Oh boy. Let's see. Had to inform my group chat that it's not doing anything right now. And I guess the Oklahoma cell will go mental. What do you mean it will go mental? Let's take a look. Look at that. 2.5 inch size sail from Train Spotters. Ooh, a hail spike. Hail spike and a half. Looks like it actually is trying to form some rotation. Theoretically, with enough cape, and just nothing but cape, you could do that. Okay, so apparently we are getting some video from one of our... Oh, never mind. We're just going to start a call. There's your call. No hitting you up. Yeah, that's good enough. You guys going home?
All right, there. Is the audio good? All right, hey, what's up, Nate? Yeah. Yes, we are now going home.
We got
after,
that chunky.
how many hours have we spent?
Oh, okay. Yeah. We got a some sort of boy down here south of Topeka. That's kind of.
5.5 so far.
Yeah, we spent six
It's
too
just
many
north of
hours in
Emporia,
Kansas,
yeah.
and we're going back.
Oh
to
yeah,
the
had a brief
state,
correlation
so.
coefficient drop.
Yes, I'll send you the video. What? Yeah, I saw this one down by Emporia. Radar confirmed. Yeah. Yeah, there's been a couple of tours today. I'm gonna see if I can get either of mine verified by, correlating radar with video and all that when I get home. But we definitely had one ground swirl, right? That one back in, how was that town?
It was near Holton.
Near Holton. And And we also had the wall cloud ground scraping out by, kind of still by Holton. This is the east of Holton, yeah.
It's
That was a
gone
bit
all right.
stronger,
As I said,
and,
YouTube crashed
that would actually be my
for
dad's first tornado.
a
if
great
it,
time, so I was basically
was
in the
on the
dark
ground. It looked
informing
like
the
it was
people of
scraping, but
weather events. And
couldn't tell if it was actually down or
then
not.
when every single weather live streamer decided
yeah,
to call
Nate,
it
how's the
quits,
stream
everything
going, bro?
decided to skyrocket with a couple of tornado warnings in Illinois. And now we had... Well, yeah, I mean... But I did say that the risk was probably going to be worse when it continued to go into the night. So... Fun times, fun times.
Always happens that way.
You probably would have been able to see everything.
Yes. I will say, very fun times. It would have been nice if this whole event had happened an hour earlier. Because then what? We'd just now be losing the light, yeah. But back in Nebraska now. So yeah, now I'm back in a state with 4G coverage. So yeah, I might call you again when I get back. I'll send you the video once I can put it into a zip file. I actually use the very last of my storage on my phone. So it's running slower than a tortoise with autism right now. So
like almost 90, something like that.
I'll see you when you
David streamed pretty early, so he kind of took a bunch of my stuff, but you know what? It is what it is.
All right. Well, if you are, I'll call you. And by the way, how many viewers today?
Well, yeah.
90.
But at the same time, I think he's trying to,
we-
honestly, and I don't care if the stream hears this, but I think he's starting to,
Yeah, that's the issue.
he's starting to realize
overlap
that by
of Schlauer
streaming, you can get a
kills
lot
you.
more
We were lucky.
outreach,
We were really
and,
lucky you didn't
and it's
stream
just
the
basically a
moderates,
regular video
those
of
two
people
moderates
just
back
watch.
in, April.
And so all he's doing now is he's just streaming before I say that I'm streaming.
I guess he streamed one of them.
And then he puts it out. It's not really a lot of competition, it's just he's trying to figure out more ways to, you know, get viewers. And I guess if you want to try and wait through basically an entire like 2 hours of not seeing anything, then
right
sure,
now. I mean,
you can definitely do it. But other than that, nothing really is happening. It is what it is. I don't really care all too much because he wouldn't be streaming a bunch of other events.
Yeah.
Yep.
30 minutes of an actual window.
Yep.
Outside of the land spout, which I'm going to talk to Thomas, see if that gets counted on.
You know,
the
I can
spreadsheet.
honestly go for a donut. I'm going to be completely honest.
Yeah, I'll see you, Nate. And it's been fun.
Let's see. New tornado warning for Coffee, Lyon,
we'll
and
see,
Osage
and then
counties.
I'll
This will be in
call
effect
you
until
back.
10:30 p.m. Central Daylight
I'll go for a
Time.
donut right now.
Just by taking a look at the new reflectivity scans, you can kind of see the classic hook characteristics right within here. The outflow boundary kind of developing outside of the actual gust front. But you can kind of see the jutting edge motion of the rear flank downdraft and the inflow being sucked into the actual line here, right in the middle, kind of behind where the triangle is where the rotation would be. And if we go on to reflectivity, or not reflectivity, velocity, I should say, the oranges and reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards, right in the middle is where the rotation would be. If I take a look at the correlation coefficient, all this is basically inflow. And how I know this is because if I were to go on reflectivity, nothing of red or anything like that, or even the hook, is inside that what I just drew. So it's one of those things where it's not on the ground yet. That does not mean that it's not going to produce as it moves along. So reading, as well as the general vicinity of I-35 near, I can't see, Lebo. Lebo, you guys are going to need to go ahead and take your precautions, including Olivet. I'd say take your proper precautions as this continues to move off to the almost due east. So one of those things where you guys need to, you know, either get underground or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a closet or a bathroom with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the actual tornado as possible. David is all right. Okay, I've got my opinions on every streamer. I don't see the reason why people have to hate on him. Granted, he can overhype a couple of things every now and then, but otherwise he's all right. People typically do overhype stuff. And it is what it is. Yeah, the backyard scientist literally agrees with me. Boom. I actually watched a couple of his videos, the backyard scientist. He's pretty good. Right now, it seems to be inflow dominant. I just mutually agree Nate is one of the best. My alarm for feeding my chinchillas. Lamau. Okay. We're making sure that this stuff happens. How many tornadoes have been there since the start of the stream? Definitely one. One confirmed based off of this. We had a one of our streamers basically he said that there was a possible tornado that he was chasing up here in the northern parts of Kansas near Holton. If that can verify, then that's two. Maybe another one. We'll just say two at minimum. Two at minimum. Let's see. Indeed. Fairview, Oklahoma. Better get your helmet, bat, and mitt. There's baseballs falling. Yeah, it seems legit. Fake Hank. Direct weather is amazing. Direct weather is okay. Here's my honest opinion on the dude. Okay? This is my honest opinion. Okay? Okay? Great. This, and everyone can agree that this is direct weather. Hey guys, so I think that we're gonna have a massive tornado outbreak in this entire area. Hey guys, we're gonna have an extremely rare tropical system in the Atlantic. He does realize that this actually is normal for May. You're supposed to get stuff around the Gulf and the Caribbean, this part of May. He does realize that not every single thing is a tornado outbreak, and it's not major. Not everything has to have the title historic. it gets repetitive and the credibility of us just sinks. It literally is like putting a rock in a pool and saying, hey, rock, float. You know, like, it's just... Why? Do you enjoy getting those extra few viewers? Weather Decoded does have a good channel. His live streams are meh, but he does typically have a good channel. Like, context, credibility, rock, pool, weather world, drops rock, bottom of the pool, bottom of the weather world. You know you'll lose viewers if you just keep putting... That's my honest opinion. I mean, people, you can leave if you want. Miles Gardner, thank you for the subscription. I really do appreciate it. I'm going to be completely honest, and I'm going to give, you know, constructive criticism. Don't clickbait the hell out of your videos. Because I have an issue with it when it comes to the credibility of the already battered down weather enthusiasts that don't get listened to at all. It's no wonder meteorologists don't get listened to, because there's a couple that people try to listen to and they say, oh, it's going to be historic. Oh, it's going to be big tornadoes. No, it's just not everything is the same. And it upsets me when people are idiots. And they just try to do it for personal gain. All the clickbait videos, all for money. Nothing for the actual real deal. All of it is money. I would know. That's the reason why I don't clickbait my videos. It's the reason why I don't clickbait anything. Tell you guys how it is. Because I not only want you guys to trust me, but I want you guys to look to me as a reliable source. Weather Decoded, as I said, Weather Decoded, pretty good channel. His live streams are meh, but his channel is pretty good. I do enjoy it. It's just... It doesn't... Peoria. Yeah, you got some gusty winds that'll be heading off in your general vicinity. Maybe some small hail. It could be better, could be worse. They'll definitely see some stuff. My honest opinion. But anyways, that's my honest opinion on... I've got so many opinions on so many different, you know, weather channels and stuff like that. But if you actually, like... Granted, you can be like, oh, they're great and all. But if you actually... I hate to use the word delusional. But if you actually take a look at their flaws... Some could outweigh the benefits. And in my opinion, with direct weather, the flaws outweigh the benefits. Make this video go viral? Don't make the video go viral. This is a terrible stream. This is not how I am represented whatsoever. If you want to take a look at one of my videos, go into my channel. The first video you see is an EF4 video, something like that. If you go to that timestamp and watch a snippet of my entire analysis of that storm, you'll see what I am typically like. This stream is mainly just because not a lot is happening. Granted, there's a tornado warning right here, and it's about to cross over I-35 near the Lebo area, but it's not typically something that this represents me as. Is there going to be a tornado in Peoria? I don't believe so. Peoria still has a bunch of time too. They'll probably see some severe weather within the next 30-45 minutes, maybe even a little bit longer. But it'll just be a bunch of gusty winds and stuff like that. I feel like meteorology is a tough field because you just know there's a weatherman. There's so much more to it. And I also feel like meteorologists, this is real talk too, I feel like a bunch of people come into the field with the mentality of, I have to be right. I have to be right. And if people don't agree with me, well, then they're wrong. And that's such a bad mentality to have when you're coming into the field. And I feel like it's the public's fault and the previous meteorologists who overhyped the entire situation's fault for doing this, because you wouldn't have had people coming into the meteorology field just to thinking that, oh, they need to be right, and it wouldn't have been as toxic as it is, and where people are bashing each other's opinions. It wouldn't have been like that if the public didn't portray one person as all the people. It wouldn't have been like that if that one person decided to overhype an entire situation and basically make it so that it screwed everyone else over. It's just, it's not a good look. Did I see the possible tornado in Madisonville, Louisiana? Yep, I did a coverage of that in its entirety earlier on in the stream. So if you want to just rewind that, you can see what I did with that storm. It's just, it's an unpopular opinion, but closer and closer to be fact. We're at a big park with roller coasters. Well, if you study up, you'll most certainly possibly become a meteorologist. Just keep up with your dreams. That's what I'm doing. Do a lot of studying in the field, like what I've been doing, stuff like that. You continue to go through and look at, you know, your passion. That's the same thing for anything too. You know, say you want to be, I don't know, a police officer. Well, then study the law in and out. Boom. Law school. You know what you're doing. Please check Oklahoma. It's mental. Fine, I'll check Oklahoma. Y'all are crazy over there. What's so mental about this storm? I'm quite confused. Stupid people outside your house playing in the storm. Sounds about right. It looked like Scud from the video. Could have been a rain wrap though. Yeah. People did claim that it was a funnel over in that area, so, I mean, who knows. Instead of people who look at the news station who are more concerned about corona, it's 45%. Yeah, true. Name as many wasp/hornet species as I can. 3, 2, 1, go. Hornets. Warrior wasp. The executioner. Yellow jacket. I don't know a lot. The tarantula hawk. The tarantula hawk is another one. Boom. I just named 3 of them from Coyote Peterson's channel. The more I learn. Yeah, I don't see a lot of stuff that's happening over in Oklahoma. I don't see the purpose of it being mental. It's just having a whale of a time. These cells seem to be kind of dying a bit. I don't exactly know what's happening, but it's just doing all the things. Look at the tornado in Kansas. Yeah, I just went away from Kansas for a little bit. What do I think of tomorrow's event? Tomorrow's event's going to be really interesting. I'm going to be streaming it, quite possibly, maybe. I don't know. Probably will, probably won't. I'll update my channel. But, yeah, definitely Northeast is going to get it worst, followed by the little area in Colorado and Nebraska, and then Texas and Oklahoma. I don't believe Texas and Oklahoma will get a lot of tornadic activity. Probably gusty winds and stuff like that. Big bust in Michigan today. I'm sad, but May Sunday continue to do stuff with stuff. Wasn't really particularly a bust. And I did also say, I told my friend who lived in Michigan that nothing was going to happen. I did tell him. Nothing on the model says anything, so prediction holds true. Let's see. What in the world is happening over there? I'm very confused. What is happening to my Discord server? Chaos has ensued. Velvet Ants, aka Cow Killers, wasp with a real bad sting. Are they a wasp, though? That's the real question is. Because they look like little ants. Well, they're not really little ants. Us attempted to yell, get inside or he'll die out the window. People playing outside. I mean, they can do whatever they want. They're having a whale of a time. Yeah. I mean, this thing could try and do something, but it's having a whale of a time. Storm in Oklahoma has a tornado possible tag. Yeah, this thing is kind of interesting. There isn't a lot of shear, but there's enough cape for it to theoretically produce its own updraft without having any winds or forcing. Which is kind of the reason why it's just doing its own thing. But it does have an outflow boundary, which is the reason why it does have its own tornado possible thing. Male wasp females have no wings. Oh. So, Coyote found a female. You just enjoy the rain? I enjoy the rain too. The rain is quite nice. I do enjoy that. Every now and then, if I can't go to sleep, I always play like this rain noise type thingamabobber. Helps me go to sleep. Look like large ants? Yeah, you're telling me. They're definitely large ants. Big chunky boys. Indeed, indeed. Scared to use this microwave while it's storming. Want to make popcorn so bad. Go for it. If the microwave won't explode if lightning strikes. I will say that. It won't explode. Nearest 5G tower. Oh boy. I've got a song for him. Hold up. There we go. Favorite part about 2020 when Winter Storm Karen squalls came through your area in Tampa back in February 6th. Powerful beast. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Let's see. Boom. P exclamation point info latest. By the way, if you guys want to join my server, we have a really cool little Pokemon bot here where you guys can catch Pokemon, battle each other, stuff like that. It's pretty cool. I honestly like it. I enjoy it a lot. Definitely a cup of tea. 2011 Joplin tornado was crazy. Never forgot watching that day. Actually, I have a little I did a simulation on Joplin on CM1, and this is what I got. Big chonky supercell with a giant tornado. And an anticyclonic tornado too. Peoria's going to be fine for a little bit longer. They'll be fine. They'll be fine. But yeah, big boy. Immense downdraft right within here. But chonky tornado right here, boys and girls. It was crazy. So I do enjoy that. I do enjoy that. Yeah. Discrete supercells over and over and over again. Scariest day of radar you've seen. The 27th was very intimidating when it comes to radar. Oh! New tornado warning for Henry County in Illinois. This will be in effect until 10:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Apparently I can't get a break, chat, but you know what? Let's go ahead and dissect as to what all is happening. This thing is apparently on the ground, and by God is it. The velocities don't really show anything, but it definitely could be currently producing a tornado. So yep, you can definitely see on reflectivity the little jutting edge of the line here with the inflow notch towards the side. Right here where this kind of ball is where the tornado would be. And as that continues, oh boy, new scan. Oh boy, yeah, it's still on the ground. Yep, so right in here, you can't really see it all too well, but little hook, this kind of lighter area is the inflow notch. So it's kind of surging inwards. So right in the middle is where the tornado would be, right where this circle is. So I'll circle this for reference. People could understand where it is. This will be just the south of Atkinson, moving to the northeast, near Interstate 80. That'll be heading off towards the US 6 area, just to the, I believe it will be in the general vicinity of Anawana. So you guys are definitely going to want to go ahead and take your precautions. If you live in any of those areas in Henry County, you're going to want to go ahead, get into a basement or get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a closet or a bathroom with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. If you don't live in those areas but you know someone who does, feel free to tell them what I just mentioned. It would go a long way, especially since that this thing is currently on the ground. For the person who was asking how many tornadoes we've had today, that's the third one. So it does seem as if the correlation coefficient has indeed fizzed out a bit, but something that we're the thing about a QLCS or a bow echo or all of the above could theoretically produce another relatively soon. And these the shear is quite it's intense enough for it to continue to produce discrete cells along the line. So it's one of those things where you guys are definitely going to want to go ahead and take your precautions. Check Kansas City storming right now. Kansas City is seeing some scattered storms. Kansas City is fine. Nothing's really happening in Kansas City. Back from making popcorn, you're still alive. Good. I'm probably going to make some popcorn too. I'm going to be completely honest. Yeah, so Kansas City isn't really doing anything. Let's continue to look at what all is happening in Henry, Illinois. Is Peoria, Illinois going to go tornado? They have the opportunity of seeing some stuff, but I don't believe that they're going to get anything. In my honest opinion. Let's get a loop going on. I want to see... Oh, look at that surging of winds. Woof. This is some really aggressive winds. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some over 70 miles per hour. To be completely honest with you. Will these storms die out before Ohio? Negative. They'll be dying, but it won't be per se dying out. Will Bowling Green safe from these dangerous storms? If you're talking about Kentucky, then yes. I don't know of a Bowling Green in any of the risk areas today, so. YouTube and Discord edition. We're all having a whale of a time. Really? Are you all really having a whale of a time? Are you really though? I had to tell my Discord channel that the current tornado warning is dead. This is interesting here because these cells just merged. That's the reason why I went tornado warned. Because the cells merged along in the lines, and that's the reason why you can see the surging of the storm along the side. Because they merged, they formed rotation along the line. It could either kill a QLCS, or it could create discrete supercellular structure. And it just so happened to do just that. Oh boy. Bowling Green, Missouri is slight though. I don't know where Bowling Green, Missouri is. I'll be completely honest. If it's Bowling Green, Missouri, then I could probably assume that, yeah. See, once again, don't really know my geography. Would have been a terrible event if that hit. Yeah, it would have. It would have indeed. Oh, it's just up here. It's having a whale of a time. Alright, well these cells seem to be kind of dying. Funnel clouds have been observed. A lot of rain with these things, I gotta say. It's a bunch of rain. Taking a look at the Kansas storm real quick, just to see what all I can see from here. I don't see much. I don't believe these cells are tornadic at this time. So this will probably expire in Kansas. So all that is really left is the cell in Illinois, and even then that's probably going to die out due to the fact that it doesn't have a tornado or any sort of rotation. Well, it does have rotation again. It's trying to recycle. It's trying to do its thing. Oh no, who knows? Is Peoria, Illinois in a tornado warning? No. Henry County in Illinois is in a tornado warning, however. CNN coverage, that tornado in Oklahoma, 2013. What weather will South Carolina get this week? Probably some general thunderstorms. We might see a severe storm every now and then, but other than that, I don't think that you guys will be really getting a lot. You guys got a high that'll be sitting over you guys for quite some time. More was worse than El Reno? Depends. Depends upon... Let's put it this way. If you put El Reno in the same area where Moore went over, Moore probably would have done more damage on a widespread scale, but the actual, when it comes to significant damage, you know, like if you were just like to take a look at a house specifically and say, oh, well, this did this, this did that, El Reno probably would have like lit the house on fire, murdered it, salt the earth so that nothing would ever grow again. Whereas Moore would probably just like blow it over. By the way, unpopular opinion, El Reno's not as big as it's recorded. It's not 2.6 miles wide. 2.7, not 2.6, 2.6. Let's see. Storm did not hit their cities. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be an EF5 if it ran over something and caused damage. It's just the National Weather Service needed an excuse to put it as an EF5. Because nothing did anything. Dead. EF3. Let's see. So would have been second largest. I mean, I still think it was relatively large, but I don't think it was, you know, as large as they recorded said. I feel like they try and incorporate the tornadic wind field way too much. And for that reason, they were just like, oh, let's just take a look at the rain, and if it's moving 5 miles per hour, but it's like being lifted up in the air and it's swirling around the tornado, we're counting that as a tornado. I feel like there needs to be specific parameters based off of the tornadic wind field. So Tornado is probably the greatest thing Nate has ever captured in one of my streams. Yep, but unfortunately YouTube lost that live stream, so no one can ever witness it. However, there are some videos of people on YouTube with my my actual live stream on there, stuff like that. You know, the So Tornado, I gotta say, my analysis on that thing, if I were to ever have that. If I were to ever take anything back or to like somehow revive it, it would be that live stream, that 24-hour live stream where I just literally live streamed everything and I was basically on the top of my game. I made sure that everything was just pinpoint accurate. I made sure that I informed people the entire time about different situations. Yeah, So Tornado was 2.25 miles wide. Not really my fault that YouTube kind of lost that, but you know what? Yeah, I had 17,000 people, well, almost 18,000 people come out to that entire stream. But, Nate gained 700 subs on Easter stream. Yeah, that entire weekend I gained like so many. It was crazy, honestly. But now I'm back to square one where I have to try and whittle my way up the leaderboards. I'll gain like probably 10 subscribers per stream or something like that now, because nothing really is too impactful unless if it is localized in like a larger area. Like, for instance, the derecho in, like, April 8th or something like that, where it went through Indianapolis. I got, like, a big turnout from that. And this was prior to you all coming into the stream. I just had a bunch of people from Indianapolis who just so happened to need answers from what was happening. How big was El Reno? On record, it was 2.6 miles wide. Let's see. No longer a tornado warning in Kansas. Yeah, I figured. I said that was probably gonna die down. Yep, all the tornado warnings have been put down. Well, that seems to be it. What am I thinking about that storm? This storm right here is the strongest out of all the storms, so I'm just looking at it. I don't think that there would be anything tornadic. I just think it'd be really gusty. I'm also thinking about ending the stream here, mainly because there isn't really a lot of stuff going on. And I don't think that anything will go on after this. Contemplating. Although that velocity is really interesting. But I don't think it'll probably happen. It'll be pretty nasty in upstate New York, Vermont tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be really interesting. Everyone who sees the cat in Nate's stream. Oh, Nate's Discord? Oh, this? Yeah, the Puss in Boots thing came in. Lit. I just wanted to double check to see if there was a cat in here too. Yeah, I gotta take out the trash anyway, so it's just something I was like, stream's probably gonna end a couple minutes anyways. Yeah. I think it's starting to get in that part of the stream where we need to die out, but we did say, chat, that we were going to start doing something from now on. And for the people who forgot or weren't part of the other stream, you guys don't precisely know what we're doing. So we're going to go ahead and do the thing that we said we were going to do in the stream. I need to get like disco lights in here. No! Shut up! Not the song that I wanted. No. 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 Okay, this is not a bad song here. Okay. We said that we were going to do things at the end of the stream. So, we're getting to the end of the stream. Let's see, should I do the self-promotion or should I do the tradition / ritual that we do? Not really a ritual, but the Gerald tornado is interesting, in my honest opinion. What time is tomorrow? Honestly, I have no clue. I'll send out a community post for when I will stream, which will be prior to the actual event. But otherwise, it'll just be towards the latter parts of the evening. Have a good night. Stay safe. Thanks for the updates. Yep, no problem. See, like Jackson, you think it'd be the first EF5 in 7 years at its peak? I mean, yeah, I think that there wasn't really as much stuff. Not really enough damage for the National Weather Service to correctly rate Basefield and Soso. Is that storm going to hit Peoria, Illinois? Yep. It's just going to be gusty winds, no tornadoes. I don't believe. You can't rule it out, but I don't believe there's going to be. You know where exactly the storms may hit in New England tomorrow? Yeah, across the board. Literally just assume that everywhere in that area is going to get probably the same risks. Some more than another, but it'll be gusty winds, some spotty hail. And then out in front, near Connecticut and New York and stuff like that, and maybe even Massachusetts, maybe even New Jersey, they'll have the chance for some tornadoes. Alright. Well, we're going to do the tradition now. I need to figure out a way to set this up a lot better, but you know what? Figure it out as we go. Figuring it out. It is what it is. Okay. I hope to God this works. Actually, I've got an idea. Here, let's actually angle it more this way. There we go. We got it. Close enough. Let's get a song in here that you all would like. Nope. 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 Okay, I like this song. That's pretty good. We're doing the tradition. Oh wait, we might as well angle it a little bit, kinda, maybe. I don't care, the bodybuilder can do whatever it wants. It's having a whale of a time. Oh, 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 oh. Ten out of 10. Alright, guys. Well, that's going to be it for me today. That is going to be it for me today. If you guys did enjoy the stream, free to go ahead and leave a like, comment, subscribe, hit the bell. Hit the bell. Typically, whenever I do my other streams, it's a whole lot better. So, you might want to. It's probably a whole lot better. God, the quality is terrible. There we go. Better quality. Yep, so like, comment, subscribe, share the video. Had some funny moments of the stream, so you guys felt like you guys enjoyed that one. Ask some questions in the comments down below. I will most likely answer them because I love to talk to you all. Yeah, that's kind of it. To be completely honest. Tomorrow, probably will stream. But other than that, my name is Nate. To all the people who out there who, care. I don't know. I'll see you guys in the next stream or in the next video. So peace, my brothers. Now I gotta figure out how to turn this off. Why do I have an anime body pillow? I got it. I don't know why, but I did. Hit the whoa or the dab. Dab on them haters. Nate's a weed. True facts. Actually, not really. Not really that much of a weed. To be completely honest. It's an acquired taste. I'm gonna be completely honest. I love how I said I was gonna end the stream, but unfortunately, I can't seem to find my mouse. There we go. There's my mouse. Okay. I will see you all later. Goodbye!